All right. What's up, everybody? How we doing? How we doing? Base tours. Crazily enough, if we get through 6, 7 tonight, that is all of our base tour. Every one of them. What is it? Computer did not like that. Okay. Ducky, technically you're last on the list, so in theory, yes, you're tonight, but can't make any promises necessarily.
Gross! Gross!
Don't bruh me, that's how the cookie crumbles, dog. How it works. No, you're not. No. Sorry, bud. Look what happened to my base, though. Look how far out this came with the update. This used to be back here, further than back there. So sad. Look at all my stuff, ruined. Can't even get it out of here now. So much randomness covered up. Yeah, it's not great, chap. It's not great. There used to be a full walkway in there. An entire walkway. Messed with a lot of random things. I'm not really sure. Luckily, I think we can just, like, pop it out like this and we'll make it work. Been kind of messing with an idea, but yeah, not super ideal. Yeah, not super ideal. So much lag? Is it coming from you? Is it just Ducky lagging, or am I lagging? Didn't have much terrain issues with my base. I mean, outside of this, nothing else changed. So I'm not, like, super upset. Technically, I didn't really like it. If there was anything I didn't like about my base, it was everything happening around this circle. So, you know, it could be worse, for sure. Some stuff broke, though. Yeah, I don't doubt it. I mean, I've seen, like, the craters in the ground and stuff, but outside of the tree hitboxes and, like, this thing, I haven't seen too many. Except for my crazy jumping. If you timed this perfectly, you could get infinite momentum if you guys hadn't done this yet. It's so fun. There's a base tonight that I'm assuming we're going to be looking at. That has these really long pathways, and I can't help myself but just jump down them, and you just get faster and faster and faster. It's so fun. Made the soda can top bigger so I can't get through my door anymore. Oh, man. Yeah, so from what I understand is it's purely the update between the previous version of Unreal Engine and this version. So whatever the update was somehow changed the properties, at least when I asked Options why they would change the inside of a lamppost to understand better, he said things just changed because of the update. So something about models or whatever just updated randomly as part of the update. So I'm not really sure if that's like settings on these things or what, but kind of random. But it is way too fun to jump like this. I'm gonna need to build a racetrack just to do this more. The hotfix is unlikely to fix it. Yeah, I don't expect like this to change in any way, shape, or form. I think that this is the future. Like, this is where I'm at, and there's nothing I can do about that. I find it very unlikely that they change the model of these things, like try to retroactively get them to be the same. Since technically I'm probably the only person having this issue right now. Part of building in an object. Same with all the people that like have issues with the trees. Like, unfortunately, maybe the height and stuff, it might come back. I don't know, but I find it unlikely. The outside, no, the outside did not change in any way, shape, or form. It's exactly the same. Just that middle cylinder for some reason changed, so it definitely could have been worse. Everything's still working totally fine out here. Luckily. I was happy about this.
Buggy gotta work on their
But
cardio.
I can live with the middle changing. Not the end of the world. I can make it work. Yeah, no issues out here, luckily. For me, this is probably more important than the inside anyways. My grass grew back, other than the grass. Oh, wait. No, that was like this. This was all the same. Other than grass, everything seems to have stayed exactly the same, luckily for me. One minor thing, we can live with it. Still hate the light it gives off at night now, though. I've only seen it like once or twice. And I always hated that it didn't give off light like the last one. But it definitely creates a sort of weird, slightly weird lighting effect. What's up, Grim? Welcome in. But yeah, now I gotta cut all my grass down. Growing all over the place. Cuts off right at my fence post, though, which is nice. That's not bad. I guess you have a lot more lighting on the outside than I do, so that might be kind of why. Such a high. Are they supposed to be fixing it? All we know is that, in theory, I know the update is currently in certification, which means it should be ready this week, in theory. Assuming no major problems happen with it. What they're gonna fix, I don't necessarily know. Holy cow, that was great. This jumping glitch is way too fun. It's like horrible when you actually want to get around your base, but I'm having way too much fun with it. Like crazy launch yourself. What's up, Pasta? How's it going? Well, guess we can kind of just get into it. Watch out when you're on my base. I've jumped off the edge many times now. Yeah, I'm gonna struggle. I have such a bad tendency of just like jumping around everywhere. And so I'm pretty sure I'm gonna do something stupid at least once. It's almost a guarantee. Can't even play a new game? Yeah. Luckily it's 1 week. It's just this week. Look, I mean, at least my perspective on it. All good things being added to the game, all things I wanted. Unfortunately, breaks part of it, but I don't think many people are playing right now anyways. Like, I think the vast majority of grounded players are just waiting for the update. Anyways, so one of those things. I'm not really super active in it until the winter update comes out anyways myself, so I don't know. Kind of one of those things. Happy not playing it right now? Yeah. There's lots of good games. Don't force it. We're gonna get lots of updates and lots of cool stuff, so. Can't even play a new game, but you can try to join the Butterfly Kingdom. Good luck if you do. I had no issues with it earlier. I was running around in a couple of the bases just seeing how things were, how my computer was doing, and I don't seem to have any major issues. Seem to be quite lucky on the major problems. Bugs like moving. It's a mirage. Will I be streaming the 23rd, 24th, and 25th? No. So my current plan, for anyone wondering, I'm going to stream this week as normal, next week as normal, and then I'm taking off all of the week of Christmas, and then the following week as well. And I'm just not going to be home very often, so. We will pretty much be back 1st of the 6th of January is currently the plan. I have not joined your world, Ducky. An unfortunate side effect of early access for now, exactly. That's how I get it. I know it sucks, but at the same time, like, that's just... We're playing a goofy instance of a game So we kind of have to expect things to not work. And it's unfortunate that I think they pushed through this update. They pushed this update through a little too quickly because they had to get the seasonal stuff out. And I think they probably should have saved some of it and maybe done a little bit less or just not done it. Because, yeah, it unfortunately was just not in the right place to release this one. But unfortunately, with the December stuff, it was like do or die. I think they said better to have some issues and get it out now so people can at least get the stuff than not get it at all and be pissed that they couldn't get any of the Christmas stuff. It's like a lose-lose, it feels like. But yes, Pat, I did check out your world for a second. Should be just about nighttime, yeah. Hold it here so I get all the lights. I definitely crash a good bit when building, but I consider that pretty lucky hearing others have gone through. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, luckily I've not had major issues on my end. But I haven't really played a ton, so take that with a grain of sand. One of those, can't really, I can't say I've done that much testing or anything. Did it crash, or were you able to check it out? I didn't check out the whole thing by any means. I just ran around and used your super long paths to use the jump glitch, which was really fun. But other than that, I didn't do a whole lot. I think they added an extra dandelion near my flower bed area, so I'm not complaining. I can light it up. Yeah, see, some positives. Some positives, some negatives, as always. Honestly, I guess I have a privileged perspective over all of these updates, but like when a new update of any kind comes out, I absolutely expect there to be issues. That's just like what I've committed to, that I will have a problem of some kind. And that's, could be worse. Yeah, that's for the new people, a safe tip, yes. And as a base builder, another great tip for newer people is like anytime you're doing something that is you're pushing the boundaries, you're building in weird places, like expect problems to happen in early access. Like expect things to move. My lamppost is like the perfect example. I built in there full knowing that at some point this lamppost could literally move. Like everything could change in this area. Now, I don't expect things like that to necessarily happen, but it is part of early access. Like 100% things are they're going to have little problems. Guess who's back? Back again. Creative mode seems fine. That's good. That's a win. Of the game so far, but I'm going to be playing Grounded 1 until the new update. Yeah, I don't think there's any issue with that. I think early access is something like, if you're making content on it and stuff, like, of course, like, we want to play it constantly, but it's one of those things, like, you kind of have to pick it up and put it down a little bit, at least until we're closer to the full release. It's going to have, like, this next update is going to be crazy, but I hear a new Carnival is in town tonight. It is. It definitely is. Did I make it to the kingdom? I'm not totally sure what the kingdom was. The upper part? I made it. I went and, like, you can see the thumbnail for tonight was the upper area, but there was a lot going on, so I have no clue. I tried to not see a whole lot. I just tried to take a nice screenshot and then move on. Yeah, I was in the tree. I only took an image of it. I didn't really explore it or anything. I just tried to do a quick glance, get a screenshot, leave, so I don't, like, spoil too much for myself. But yeah. Okay. Well, got a handful of people in here, so I think we can get started. So first up tonight, we are back at the Chap Carnival, I guess. Yeah, the Carnival. It just keeps getting bigger and bigger. I feel like we were here, and then it's slowly gone here, and now we're like getting all the way over to here somehow. It just keeps getting bigger and bigger. It's gonna be very good. Lude wants me to shout out his favorite artist, Ice JJ Fish. Well, it's forever in here now. Sorry, Lude. Petey's Perch. Well, first off, the lighting here is epic. That it looks really cool. Are those door frames placed over top of this? How many clipping? So much clipping and stuff going on. What a beautiful perch. I love the way you've integrated your flowers and stuff into these. It looks so good. Try not to launch myself. I don't see a pad down there. You have a dandelion tuft. We're good. We're good. I know this is super simple, but another issue for some people that may not have noticed, you can no longer use the movement keys and this at the same time. So it's going to change the way I have to do these for a little bit. I already reached out to the devs specifically because I was like, this is not okay. Not being able to like churn my camera and this at the same time is horrifying. It makes my videos so much harder to make. You were never able to? Yeah, you could. At least I could. Same with the first game as well. You could change this way and move at the same time, so you could do like fun clips to like go around things. But yeah, you can't now. Kind of feels like it would make a sick concert venue. It really does. Really does. Very cool little spot. And it is perfect. Oh, jeez. Jump too high. Because you don't take fall damage. I totally forgot that that was a thing with the small area here is kind of making me need to improve. Letting that be known. Why are you never in a thumbnail? I just picked the first 4 bases, my dude. Nothing personal. So I'm assuming, chap, nothing, well, did anything change on the insides here? Do I need to, like, should we go through all of that again? And we will see how laggy this is. Chap has so many lights that it's, like, ridiculous. Not much, perfect. So for those wondering, if you haven't seen this base before, check out the first 2 reviews that we did. You want to see all the craziness inside here. It's freaking amazing. Had more tours than anyone. Have I not been one of the first? I don't know, mate. Okay. Well, that's new. There wasn't a Ferris wheel before, dude. What? I think part of the most impressive parts of this base is like how you've continually added to it without like ruining everything. You somehow keep adding more and more on top of the same things that were already there, which I love. Everything past here is new. Perfect. And technically above it. Didn't finish your build. I'll message you about next Tuesday. Sounds good. Most likely, we're going to be doing Grounded 1 next week, just so everyone knows. Okay, we got a new little mini game.
Supplies are dwindling.
I don't have any ammo.
Should protect my internal organs.
But I love this. It's like the squirt gun games. Love it. It really does feel exactly like one of the little squirt gun games. That's so good. Dude, this lighting is freaking epic, too. I like what you did here. I see what you did. You kind of utilized a little bit of me and Luderav's fun little ceiling idea, but you've done it even more different than we did it somehow. This looks really good. Really like the way you line those up. That looks freaking perfect. Get to go up and see this amazing Ferris wheel. Let's see. Yeah, this is really cool. Yes, I will be doing a walkthrough of your base, Pat. Yeah, this is freaking awesome, dude. Not an easy shape by any means to get right, honestly. Really well done. Even, like, the way you did this just feels about the only way I could think of actually doing it. Really good. The little chairs and stuff. Yeah. Once again, the realism that you've created in these things is freaking awesome. can even like come and get in the bottom chair and everything. So good. Yeah, exactly. It's phenomenal. And happy part, everyone gets to see chat as well now for these base tours. It'll be part of the edits, assuming I can figure out how to add the score over top of them. Little concession stand. This looks really good. Oh, it's so simple, but it works, you know? It just works every time, dude. Oh, geez. Don't jump. Yeah. I could just sit here looking at this all day. Every time, man. Looks so good. Gotta go down. Horrifying. Just massive spider heads. Trying to scare me. Oh, and this is the like the 3-ring circus. Is that what we got going on here, I'm guessing? It's really well done as well, man. I have no clue what's happening, but I also love it. The floating pumpkins look really interesting. The lighting work over the top looks really good. Keeping up these fun patterns as well throughout it kind of keeps everything cohesive, even though like every game feels like it's its own. That works really well as at the same time as everything else. Climb. Started as a circus tent, but I never made it to the tent. A tent would be pretty hard. I kind of like that you left it like open topped. Like just enough enclosure to feel like it's enclosed, but not enough to like overdo it. The like openness, I think, I've enjoyed that of your base. If this was just on the ground, like fully enclosed, I think it would take away from it. You don't get the same effect. The crazy views, the way you've like lit up lights outside of it and stuff as well. I think it would detract from it a little bit. So I kind of appreciate that you didn't cover it all the way. Makes me want to join a circus. If it was this good, I definitely would. Very cool, though. Now you just need a, like a lion. I'm assuming this is meant to be the lion, like up on the perch. That's kind of how I would see a normal one, circus. Happening. The heck? Dude, this is one of the most ridiculous floors I've ever seen. Wow. What are these? Just door frames. Interesting. This looks really cool. I actually now am going to steal this, but I'm going to make it a ceiling and make it the ultimate chandelier. By the time I'm playing the game back again, someone else is already going to have done that exact idea, and I'm going to be behind the ball. Gaming a DMD mimic? True, it does kind of look like that as well. It's some sort of cult ritual. It works. I like it. Yeah, this floor is freaking awesome, dude. I know how you keep coming up with these ideas. This keeps getting more interesting. These things stacked on top of each other, you're having way too much fun. In the best way. Of the like different lights on these as well. Ah, you hit it right there. I like it. It's the little details, man. You've done a really good job just adding fun details to every single piece of this. Nothing feels like super repetitive. Got like everything feels so realistic in a way. Like as the best possible way that you could do it. Of course, we're shrunken down teens and stuff, but in terms of what we have like at our fingertips, this looks so good.
Cells rehydrating.
Like the prize wall behind here with all the different things you can win. You play the basketball game well and win enough tickets. Like, oh man, even the egg storage works perfect for that. So good. The Christmas lights look really nice for this as well. I really like those. It's the little things. All the lighting, dude. Chap, I love and hate you. Exactly. Exactly. So much fun. It's having so much fun. What the... Dude, are you serious right now? What is this flooring? Are you serious right now? You used 4,000 pine tables to make this thing? I see it's a bouncy house. Why is it only working in some areas? Here we go. The update kind of broke the bounce house. Yeah, I can see that. I don't blame you there. Probably doesn't help with the bounce glitch and stuff, but I got the idea, and I think it's amazing. I could do this for way too long. Oh man, this is way too fun. I knew this was a bounce house, but I was not expecting it to be this great. The little lighting effect with the tables as the floor looks so good. It's like sitting here like, what witchcraft did you use to come up with this? So good, dude. Wow. Every phase somehow it just gets more interesting and crazier. Holy cow, dude. Uh-oh. That looks horrifying. One of those mirror type maze rooms or something. Hit all 5, win a prize. Oh, alright. Well, we gotta do it, right? Kind of hit him. A great use of the glow sticks as well, dude. Really interesting. Oh, it even like has through the holes and everything. Wow. That's even better. Update made a lot of dead spots. It worked so good before. I think it still works great though, dude. Everything's a little trial and error, but everything is like, the fact that you can actually play the games is pretty freaking crazy. Kidnap Chap and have him write down these ideas. Seriously, dude. Even have like your storage. Oh my gosh, it just keeps going. Details on this look freaking amazing. Oh jeez, that was way too close for comfort. Got more mini games, like the like throwing the balls at the clown heads kind of stuff. Oh, like the rings on the bottle type things. More balls. Throwing games. Dude, this is freaking awesome. Throw the balls at the target to drop the seat. Another amazing game. Dude, you've been going for it. This is incredible. Yeah, of course. Max's maze. Here we go. I'm going to get totally lost. Oh, no. Have any fighting? Through my glow sticks. I'm going to go get a glow stick. You make a playground map when it comes out. Dude, that would be freaking phenomenal. Just be adding playground mode to 2. Oh yeah, we're 100% getting playgrounds. Definitely getting playgrounds. Oh, I had them. Never mind. No torches allowed? What about a glow stick? Well, it doesn't work. Never mind. It's a failure anyways. Oh no. We're gonna be here forever. Question is, what is the... How do you know when you've done it? This doesn't even feel like a review anymore. This is just Timber goes to the carnival. Yeah, why don't I just have you guys make more cool stuff like this for me to do? Oh no. Oh yeah, this is impossible. Never gonna get out of here, chap. What are we doing? Wait a second. Oh no, there's 2 floors? Oh no. Oh Lord, help me. Even worse that you have to like open and close the doors to even access the other parts, which makes it even more confusing. First part is I have no clue if I'm supposed to be upstairs or downstairs, where the exits are. Oh, gee. We could be here for the rest of our lives, chat. Oh, no. Chap, what are you doing to me? Which ones are doors? Which ones aren't doors? It's too good. It's too good of a maze. Never get out. Oh no. Yeah, but you can't just keep going. We supposed to go up? Six years later. Oh, wait a second. We did something. We're back up top. And we're in a dead end. Go up? That's the hint? Oh, gee. Did I go up to go down, though? Up. Dude, there's no way that this is this good. Amazed that I'm so lost and turned around. Holy moly, chap. What are you doing? Where am I? This is horrifying. I'm so lost. There's no way this is this good of a maze with just doors. What is this? Sorcery. It's honestly worse than a mirror maze because you like actually can't tell where you went when you have to close doors to get to the next place. I think we've already gone this way multiple times. This is not up. Wait a second. What is that? Oh, wait. What? Thought I did something there. Just chop your way out now? That's kind of what it feels like, right? Oh my gosh. This is insane. It said go up, but when I go up, I feel like I'm more lost. We'll call 911, we lost Timber. Yeah, I'm gonna have to like speed this up in the edit when this video eventually comes out. And for people wondering, I have taken a break on the tour videos for a little bit. The viewership is just way too low for you guys, and you guys deserve more views, and it doesn't make sense to videos out for no reason right now. Oh no. Really should have had someone test this. I mean, I don't disagree. Apparently I'm the test dummy though. Well, I made it out, but I don't think I made it where we need to go. At least there's that. Telling you, I only cheated a little. Definitely upstairs? Yeah, I have no clue. We could be in there for an hour, dude. That's way too good. Take a dandelion tuft. And look out over the world. Brave new world. The lift doesn't more? Oh, it was using the chair glitch? Oh, that makes sense. No worries. Oh, so you just like floated up here and then stopped? Yeah, this is phenomenal, as always, chat. I wish we had time to like fully figure out this maze, but I have no clue. We'll save that for when you eventually add it in for everyone to join. Sends you back to the Ferris wheel. Oh, that's really interesting. You just bounce off of there and then float across? Wow. I never thought anyone would get this deep into the mechanics that they could make this many ridiculous games, honestly. I think that's the craziest part here. Tully's Tower. Oh, it's one of the, like, spinny rides. That's so cool. How do you keep coming up with these ideas, dude? If you asked me all the games that you could play at an amusement park, I wouldn't have come up with half of these. I would totally forgot. Oh, and then is this the like Viking type? The Viking ship. Yep. They like pendulum swings. Oh, it's so good. Wow. I'll send you a video in Discord. There's a bed there to make it night again. Of course. Why sleep till the day, right? When we could make it night. Wait a sec. I went back to the same time. What? How the heck? You got new... Well, that's pretty... Honestly, cockroaches at an amusement park makes total sense. Makes total sense. Wow. My only question is... What have I missed? You said there was more, there's like secret passageways, so I'm curious if I like completely avoided those by accident. Gotta find Petey. What's that mean? Why is that there? Exactly. Why is this here? Nobody knows. Just like, what's up, dude? How you doing? We just friends now? Oh, jeez. Why would I ever go into first person? These are like some of the most annoying bugs to fight. Give me my glow stick back. So find Petey. What is that even? Surprised for not winning the maze, honestly. Pete's pendulum. So he's got to be around here, right? Maybe? Possibly? Like scared to jump or anything because I'll just go flying. Get up. Okay, we're good. Look at the trail marker. Bully's Tower, Lazy Lift, Stage, Hoops Hop House. The names are... I'm sorry I missed the names, too. The Glow Stick Gauntlet. All the names are so good, too. I mean, if it's Petey's Pendulum, would it not be, like, somewhere around? Maybe? But where? How? Donde? Get up here. By the prize table. Oh, Petey. I missed that one. There's so many, I'm just all over the place. Let's see. Dude, you even have like the signs laid out and stuff. Wow. So many details here. Remember Timber beat up a cockroach with a glow stick? Honestly. What the heck even is this? Oh my goodness. You're having way too much fun with this stuff, man. Flipped a throne into a pumpkin with eyes and a vase. Is this what Pete actually looks like? Little did we know, the character model was wrong the whole time. Oh man. The teeth with the goofy nose. It reminds me of like a troll or something. Love it. Too fun, man. Oh geez, there's an adult entertainment section. Well, we gotta find that. This looks really good too, like a little fireplace sort of thing. Wow. I don't understand how you've hidden this much in here. This is insane. Now, where would that have been? Down? Oh, jeez. Oh, gosh. You guys are freaking killing me. Oh, Lord. You're having way too much fun with this, guys. Not only is there pole dancers, there's a freaking bug fighting ring under here. Like, how do you keep... How do you guys keep coming up with this stuff? This is insane. Oh, my gosh. Way too much fun. Oh, jeez. And they got the rock concert with the frickin' pool table. Dude, what? The frickin'... What the heck, chap? Dude, this is ridiculous. I'm just... I don't understand how you guys keep making cooler and cooler random things like this. Frickin' A. Dude, the floor again looks so cool. These pool tables are some of the best made, like with like everything. It's perfect. Getting these like slightly lower as well than to like have these as balls. Oh my gosh. Faces. Wow. Yeah, the creativity is on a totally different level, man. I shouldn't have ever brought Luderav, Alfredo, and Chap into one place. You guys are all feeding off of each other, and this is getting ridiculous. In the best way. Absolutely in the best way, but still ridiculous. You don't want to go now? I mean, you're up last, so we could save yours. Don't worry. That's ridiculous. The way you hit it as well makes it even more ridiculous, too. Now you need to make a racing game like this. Oh, no. That's what I was doing earlier. This looks so much fun. Way too much fun. No worries if it's none of them stuff isn't finished or anything. You guys just having fun. That's all that matters. Yeah, I need a racing game now. I know it's not going to work forever, chap, but I need something with this jump mechanic. Crazy jump track or something. Wow, man. Well, another insane... Somehow you just keep making this carnival more and more insane, dude. Honestly, don't even understand how it's possible to keep doing this. It just keeps getting crazier every time we see it. It's like the third time we've now seen it since we did the one re-review it at one point. Absolutely ridiculous. The question is, like, where do you want to go now? What's next? Chap, I hope you're happy. I'm jealous, right? You get those concert ideas and pool table ideas from Core James. Have not heard the name before. Wow, man. Out of ideas? I don't doubt it. There's so much going on, dude. So much happening. Everywhere you look, you have everything you could ever dream of at a carnival. Literally everything. Yeah. Absolutely love it. Well, man. In terms of scores, I mean, you were already... The first impressions are a 10. Like, you just see, like, sitting up from the PD's perch and, like, seeing what we're about to go explore, knowing, like, what was there beforehand. And now is just such a fun little experience. Like, started in the right area, you created the atmosphere for us, so it's very well deserved, very cool. The layout and interior, again, I don't know how you make this any better than you have, honestly. Like, I have zero commentary on how to make this whole thing better. The fact that it's just now getting longer and longer and you just keep building on top of these fence posts. I guess technically there's more fence posts, so you do have more room to keep adding if you a long ways to go. Get this thing all the way to over by the trash bins. So keep going. Credit to Core James for the pool table. Very nice. I don't think I've seen that idea, so very well done, Core James. But again, yeah, the details, everything is there. Like, there's no advice I can give you on it. Honestly, it's another 10 because like the details, the interior stuff, the little designs here, like all of it is so well laid out, so well done. You've spaced everything out really nicely. The fact that you didn't just focus on the games themselves, like you created these fun little moments just to look out over the world with this base location, having fun with all these little things. Like, yeah, easy 10 on the decorations and the interior stuff. The work with floors and lights is all incredible. The materiality and exterior stuff is kind of all the same at the end of the day, but I'd have to give you another 10 on that. Like the details, the use of materials, the different materials used to create these like cool lights. You just embraced the idea of a carnival. Like it can't get more interesting than the way you've drawn these up and done these. Like every little piece has something interesting happening. Every game feels thematically correct. Nothing feels like out of place. The materials, like you could have just used a normal floor to make this a bounce house, but you decided to go crazy and use your own like custom table floor to make it even weirder, and these like lights sticking through. Every aspect of it is chef's kiss. Literally everything about it feels amazing. So again, 10 on the exterior. The structural side of it it all works really well. Again, it's such a hard one to do on this, but like you've thought about how the Ferris wheel, how these carnival rides like work, which is probably one of the harder things about them, is like creating the structure around it. They don't take away from the builds at all, which I think is really well done. You get just the exact kind of experience that you'd expect, which I think is one of the harder things to do on this. Realistically, like making these things not just weird little boxes, like the huts, the overhangs and stuff, the entrances, they're so carnival, like arcade vibe. It just feels exactly how it should. I think that's probably a piece that's maybe overlooked in many ways. I know some of this is kind of crazy and it's silly to be over the top for the carnival concept, but I think it also works really well. So I'd probably give you maybe on this like an 8 or 9 on the structural side of it, just because the base doesn't really utilize structure. Not the main focus of it, but where you've used it, I think it works really, really well in every way. Even like the way you move around the base, like I don't know how you've come up with the creative side of like how you move through this and not just a linear, oh no, not just a weird like linear progression through the whole thing. You really go through it in like such an interesting way at every step of it, which I think is freaking awesome. It's an honor to have you steal ideas. Yeah, I think everyone's going to be using some of these ones. These are the kind of base tours that I think are super fun, since very few people are realistically going to be building anything like this, but the way you've drawn it all up creates really interesting moments that I think a lot of people could utilize. And right, we're back to that leg. Sorry about that. This is probably the laggiest area of the whole build, just because there's so many lights. There we go. That's a little better. Heal up? Yeah, that would be smart. Functionality, I think, again, pretty easy to give you a 10 on the functionality. I know nothing about this is a functional base, of course, but really everything works. The games are like you can actually use a basketball and play. You've got glow sticks, the jump house, like everything works. The maze is ridiculous. Like the things that you can actually make work. Of course, there's no like moving pieces, so you can't make the like actual carnival rides work themselves, but the fact that everything else works as well as it does is honestly pretty freaking insane, man. It's just ridiculous. The theme and continuity, same exact thing. It's a 10. You followed the theming perfectly. Everything reads exactly as it should. There's repeated elements in some of the ways you've done this, like using the door frames and stuff, but you're not like, it's not just every game is copy and paste. Like, I think that's what's even crazier, that each game has its own like unique little aesthetic that just fits the game itself. So again, really impressive. The overall creativity, as Luderav said, that's a 20 out of 10 I don't know how you get more creative than what you've done here. Like, absolutely peak creativity in every way, shape, or form. And the potential is, like, again, it doesn't necessarily work on this one because you have so much built, but the potential is another 10 just because there's so many interesting things that you can do and come up with. You've created a canvas of just interesting ideas that you can pull from and keep using on a million different things. So very well done, chap. Was not expecting another base addition like that big and this cool. This is freaking awesome. You've once again blown me away. Just all the little details. The lighting, the extra bits, they just feel so cool. Doesn't make any sense, half of it, but it also just fits really well. Yeah, super impressive, man. Wow. All I want to say is come up with some new Carnival rides, because I want to see more. Eventually, when everything's running incredible again, I want to see Carnival rides all the way to the trash bags over here. That's my only advice for you right now, is I need more. I don't know how you're going to do it, and I know I'm asking a lot, but I need more. This is freaking awesome. Everything about it is perfect. Wow. Keep going, man. This is so cool. Wow, wow, wow. I don't even know what to say. The acorn makes it leggy? That makes sense. Well, does it? I don't know. That was freaking awesome, man. The outdoor fire pit with the vases is one of those ideas too. Looks super clean. I see a lot of people setting up those up after this tour. Yeah. Honestly. Everything about them. Use of lighting to paint materials, different colors is also something Chap does on a different level. Yeah. Yeah, man. Keep going. So freaking cool. Wow. Hey, next we got Frostbit. This one, I believe we start in the base. Am I streaming on Friday? No. Unlikely. Unlikely. Chap is a goat. Okay, where do we want to start here? Here, maybe? Who has the Butterfly Kingdom? Pat. Patman the G. Another unique one. Oh. You're not getting through 7? Is that what you're saying, Ducky? That's the one. That's one you want to see. All right. Chap sucks. Want to be the next maze guinea pig? Yeah, you're gonna need someone to do it. Okay. Well. Next up is Frostbit Fanatic. Base is located over kind of by the second lamppost on this side of the map. Seen a couple builds over here that have been kind of cool. This is maybe a slightly new location though. We haven't really seen a whole lot of. But yeah, a very interesting take on a castle. We haven't really seen castles made out of full pebblet foundations, which I think is a very unique, interesting style for sure. Got some off-grid building here as well, which I always absolutely love. I think this is like one of my favorite uses of off-grid building is just these like curved stair pieces. They just look so nice. They just are so clean. Just gives that like natural element that I absolutely love. Love that you kept access down here as well. Oh wow, and you even built all the way down. Oh jeez. Get out of here. You wish, son. Mess with me? You love frost builds? Let's go. I'm a fan so far. We got a lot to see, but nowhere near done? No, that's no worries. Makes my life easier. It's a lot easier to grade you guys when there's like things that aren't done that I can kind of help give ideas.
I need a rock for a sip of water right now.
Got the tape. We need water. Get you. Leaving me some water outside. Perfect. Castle Fanatic. Love to see it. All right. So much happening. Run around the outside first. Whoa. A little training area. Love that. Outside of this base is freaking awesome, dude. Not expecting this much, honestly. Wow. Love the little seating areas. The way you've utilized the outside of this space looks really nice. Utilizing the like little water spots and areas is also really cool. Watching Frost and MJ build this base almost from the start. Wow. Very cool. Oh yeah, love the little huts. Got your little restaurant, bar setup, very cool. Bug room. Assuming these are all kind of like shops and stuff you've got designed out here. Very cool. Great little entrance designs. Multi-grid paths are really clean. Yeah, they're very, like, very subtle. Very, very subtle adjustments that you've got in here, which I always appreciate. The attention to detail. Go downstairs first. Sir Anthony Mandible III. Great name. Got your little functional base location stuff here. Always really good. Got everything it needs. Nothing more, nothing less. Very simple, but it works really well. I'm loving the way you like run around this base and all the effort you guys have put into the outside of everything. Very cool. Buggy houses, everything. Great little spot for those. Like it. 791 days into. Whew. Outside pets and everything are really well done. Like pergola, seating area. I love that you kind of embraced this whole area as well. Kind of taken over the whole thing as your own base. Really nice. I love bases that have just like outdoor kind of decorating and stuff. Great throne room and everything. Got all the people down the sides. Very cool. Big windows open up to the outside as well. Open up to the pumpkin area. Loving the spread out designs. Yeah. Get to it from there. Yeah, I'm a big fan of like utilizing all the area that you've got in a build. Something that works really well about the whole thing. Y'all got so much detail. It's definitely good. Lots of fun little ideas going on. Can't tell if we can get to the top. I think so. I miss anything, but I think we've seen it. Everything's really well interconnected. Alright, nothing up there. Perfect. Gotta look at the curved castle wall at the bottom you just looked at. It looked pretty... Where was that? Oh, geez. Jumping glitch. Gonna be the death of me in one of these tours. One's the curved wall. What did I miss? Let's see. Which one's the curved castle wall? Huh? No, a bug destroyed your pallets. Ah, this. There we go. Oh, I walked right past this. How did I not? What the heck? Where was this? get down here. Nice. Love that you found a little, like, totally hidden spot for these as well. Ah, there's the door for it. Okay. I just missed it. Garden at night. I love the way the stairs wrap around this and stuff. That looks really nice. Done a really good job making this like a nice, consistent curve as well. It's really hard. Really hard to do.
Yeah. Yeah.
One of those things, it's easy to overlook the amount of effort and everything. One of those, when you do it right, it just looks so natural. Lighting and stuff. Love how the glow from underneath and everything looks. Oh, this fix makes not being able to like move and look at it at the same time. Hard. Sorry, this is like near impossible to move with now with this adjustment. Love the glow effect though. This all looks really nice at night. Question, are we reviewing Grounded 1 bases? Tonight we are doing Grounded 2 only. But next week we will likely do the last of the Grounded 1 bases that I have. Well, man. Frostbit, this is a really cool little build, you know? Little, I say. Not that little. But I really like it. The attention to detail, there's just so many little things happening that I think you've done a really good job on. Lots of cool little moments that are really easy to overlook, but I think you've done great attention to detail overall. So, first impressions. Love the entryway. Typically kind of what I base this one off of is like what you see in the beginning when you're just like standing out front. And pretty easy, like, I'm struggling between an 8 and 9 on this. There are moments where it's like seeing this right off the bat makes me want to give it a 9. Because I think those moments are really cool, and I think a lot of builders would like overlook it really easily. I think you've done a really good job on this. Just the little moments, these things are really cool looking. You got like multiple grids going on here as well to keep this all kind of looking the way it does. Not an easy little effect to create right here, of the angled triangle pieces coming in together like that. Another really difficult little thing to get built properly. Let's see them at night real fast. Yeah, looks super nice. Fun little detail. It looks much more simplistic than it is, which is the hardest part. Yeah, the blades took forever. Yeah. It's one of those things, like, you look at it and you're like, oh, that's cool, and then you kind of move on, and then you're like, unless you've built something like this, you don't quite realize how difficult these little types of things are. I think you've done a really good job on it, man. The layout and interior side of this, I think we could bump it a little bit here. I think some of the interiors, compared to the exteriors, is mainly what I'm focusing on. Feel a little bit lacking, so I'd probably give you like a 7 on it. The details that you've done here all look really good, but outside of like the details here, the outside areas feel a little lacking is all. I think it's really, really well done at the same time. Like, obviously not a fully finished base, you're still building things out, you're still adding details, and you've done a really good job with everything else of it. But I think that's always the struggle of like creating a one space that works really well, that looks really good, like this kind of stuff, is you've got all the details here. So as soon as you see some of the areas that maybe are lacking in the detail, they tend to stand out a little bit more, which is not a negative thing. It just means like you just kind of have to, things come and go. Like the way I build is some place gets a ton of detail, then the next place kind of gets pushed off in that timeline of building. So I think that's honestly just part of the process. It's not the end of the world by any means, but like the places where you've done interiors and stuff, these all work really well. They're fun little designs, lots of cool little things going on. Great little layouts. You've utilized these fun little pathways and stuff really well. I think in terms of like the layout and stuff, I'd probably give you more like a 9, because I think it's really fun how you walk through this base. How you've kind of created fun little entrances, different areas, but then it's the areas that aren't the main focal points where like these walls tend to get a little blank overall. But I think where you've done the details, it looks really nice. Looks very nice. It's just those things immediately pop out. Is like the designer in me is like, well, I see all this cool detail, and now I want to see more detail on the inside. I want to see, like, I want to get on the roof of this castle, and I want cool things to be up there. I just want to see more of your fun, creative ideas kind of pushing into every single area here. Because where you've got good details, it looks really good. I'm a big fan. The materials and exterior, I think, is where you've done a really, really good job. I think it's a unique kind of style that you've got. I don't think we've seen outside of like Alfredo anyone like really embracing the pebblet foundations as blocks, which I think creates a really unique style, and you've done a good job. My biggest thing using the pebble foundations is that they tend to just look so thick and heavy, and that's where I think you've done a good job like breaking that up. Like the towers should have that like heavy, hefty feeling. These like big podium spaces that you're creating should also, but without these things, the base would feel very flat and one-dimensional. So you've done everywhere, like visually, where I want to see details, they're there. But I think I'd give you probably an 8 on the exterior. Some improvements, of course. Some of these areas could utilize maybe a little bit more kind of materiality that you've done. Like these little moments feel really nice to break up these really, really big walls. Harder to do on some of these like random areas out here, of course, but very minimal adjustments would be needed in any way, shape, or form. I think it's another really cool base, and I absolutely love the exterior like landscaping type work that you've done utilizing this area. You picked this like big platform area and built out, and you didn't just build here, because you very easily could have just covered all of this up. And I think that's what most players would have done, is they would have just covered this up and left it. And that's where I think you've done a really good job, like creating different tiers, different like heights. There's just so much going on. You're like utilizing all the landscape in these areas really, really well. Even like got natural covering and stuff. I think that it would be a, like, honestly, a huge mistake to not have these things. So I'm really happy that you have sort of made a sprawling base in many ways. Yes, we did see it at night too. I think it was very well done. I don't know if I gave you a score on the materials and exterior, but I'd probably say an 8. Little places where you could improve certain spots, but the areas that you've obviously spent more time in look really nice. Really cool little design. And overall, like a unique use compared to anything else we've seen. A really nice mix of the pebblet foundation and this kind of stuff. There's a very unique feel to it overall. The structural side of it, I can't really knock you any points. I don't know what a 10 looks like on the structural side necessarily. We haven't seen it where it's like maybe overemphasized structure is the way you would like bump it up to there, but I think like a solid 8 or 9 on the structure. It's just, it works. Like there's not really anything I can fault you on. The structure, it feels very hefty. It feels like a fortress, which is, I mean, the goal at the end of the day with like a castle build like this. It should feel kind of monumental in many ways, and I think you've achieved that in every way, shape, or form. There's not maybe like crazy exterior flying buttresses and stuff. Maybe that's how you like get to that 10 where the structural elements really become the major part of the design, but everything you've done, like nothing detracts from the design in any way, shape, or form. It all just, it feels very natural and flows well, so I think you've done a great job there. I plan on changing out a lot of the pebbles for mushroom bricks. I think that would be a really nice adjustment. I think that would look really, really nice. And a mix of them too. Like I don't dislike the pebble foundations in any way, but I think a mix of mushroom in this could look really, really cool. Functionality out of 10. These are the hard ones because your base functions. Like there's nothing wrong with the function. Everything works. I like that you've kind of hidden some of the stuff away like this and just useful functional areas, but you've also like highlighted some of the function of having like mushroom farms and stuff. hiding away the buggies as well. A little bit harder. I tend to give them really high scores where I find that the functional pieces have become more of a design focus overall. So I think that's maybe the one place, if I were to bump this score more, I would say it's potentially at like a 7 right now, which is still, I think, a really solid score, just meaning for me, a 7 works. Like everything works, everything's gonna function. The base is both an interesting design, and also you've built it in a way that in terms of like a survival base, it works really well. But yeah, it's like, this is a huge weak spot for me, and I don't think it's something that's necessarily easy to do. The only thing that you can do more so is highlighting it, I guess, which there's kind of two ways that you can approach function. I definitely think, and neither of them is the wrong way to do it. You've taken the function and you've sort of hidden it away from the base down here, which I think is absolutely a good approach to it. I don't think that's a bad way of doing it or anything, but I think some of the bases that I've really liked in terms of function is where you see the functional pieces become part of the design and they're not just sort of pushed or hidden away in random rooms, which it's more of a personal desire. What do you like? What do you think is the important thing for those? Because hiding it away doesn't make it bad by any means. As long as it's working, it works. Did you find the sap collector area? Yes, we did. And that's the same sort of concept. Like, I appreciate that you stuck with that the whole way around. The idea of like hiding those things away and not making them this big center focal point in any way, shape, or form, which I think works really. It works. There's nothing wrong with it. And it focuses more on the build itself than like, this is a survival base. So the fact that you've hidden it away, I think also works really well. But in terms of scores and how to get like 9s and stuff, it's more so like, how do you integrate this stuff into a base in a slightly more interesting way instead of hiding it? But I think both approaches are absolutely, both approaches work. There's not a wrong or right way to do it, I think, at the end of the day. And you're sort of in the middle. You've done a really good job adding this garden space. It looks really nice. But I also appreciate that you didn't just like throw sap collectors all over the place out here and kind of ruin the aesthetic. So I think they both have their merits at the end of the day. The theme and continuity here, I think you've done really good. I think everything fits really nicely. You've kind of brought these thatch and pine elements out. It reads as a fortress, but not just a castle. It's more of how you would see, like I see like an actual fortress, where it starts becoming more of a village, because there's the exterior wall houses the castle and all of the people in that like village area, so everyone gets protection and stuff. So I think that works really well. The use of materials and everything is very consistent throughout the base. You don't just have like some random things spewed through here for no reason. Like, you've utilized the same rough designs, the roofs, the exterior materials, utilizing the triangle designs and stuff, I think always works really well. And there's just enough kind of differentiation between each one of them that it's not just copy and paste, but overall, like, as I see this as one base, it feels like the continuity it has good continuity at the end of the day. So I think you've done great there. I'd probably give you an 8 on the continuity. Again, really difficult. I'm trying to be more strict on the scoring and stuff, as much as I'd love to just give everyone 9s and 10s. A 7 or 8 it tends to be like, we're headed absolutely in the right path. I really like everything, and now we could just keep pushing to make more designs. That's where like some of these interior things could help push those scores more and more. But I think overall, like, the use of materials, the use of these pathways, how you've connected everything, makes everything feel like one cool large base. So I think that's very well done again. The creativity of it, again, super creative, hard to very difficult to go against or go right after a base like Chaps, where Chaps is not a normal base by any means. It is pure just having fun and being creative at its finest, so it's a little bit more difficult. But I like everything you've done. Everything kind of works. You've got a creative thought process to kind of how you laid this whole thing out, how each piece kind of interacts and connects to one another. You can get to all these different areas pretty easily. You have lots of fun little moments. The pergola type designs, the little village off in the back with all the like things, the shops and stuff. I think creativity, I'd probably give you an 8 on it. I think it's all there. It just takes adding more and more details to it, which is just more time spent, which is always tough in the middle of early access and stuff, especially while we're still getting more items and everything. It's hard to be like chap level of creative in for a standard survival base at the end of the day. But I think it's really well done on that sense. And the potential, again, I think is probably a 9 on this one. I think you have more room to expand. You've given yourself areas where you can add more details. So, like, you have a great base to start with at the end of the day. Like, so many cool little spots that you can just keep adding details to these as we get more materials and as we get through some of these glitchy, buggy updates and stuff, of course. But I give you, again, yeah, probably a 9 on the potential, just because I think there's a lot of, you still have a lot of space to work with. It's not the, you obviously have not finished everything in this entire base. So you have a lot of room to keep growing and keep adding more interesting ideas and just keep adding detail. I think it's really, really well done. Did I see the security room? I don't think so. I'm not sure. Which one is that? Happy to check it out, but I have to know which one it is. It's probably hidden somewhere. In the town? We did go through the town, so most likely, I'm not sure which one's called. Ranger base in the village. Oh, you built in here as well, did you? Yes, you did. Thank you for calling it out. I always forget that you can build down here. Yeah, this is awesome. Wow, you really did build everywhere. Also, the commitment to building off-grid all the way down here is ridiculous. Not only did you build down here, but you built your own stairs just to do it. Very cool. Love it. Love like this guy sitting in front of the security screens and everything. Very well done. Yeah, the attention to detail and stuff is awesome. And utilization of all this space, I think, is also another like really good detail. Really cool though. Yeah, so many ideas that as we like continue building out and we get more and more in early access, this is gonna be awesome. Very cool base. Well, Frostbit and also MJ, thank you for letting us view your guys' hard work. Very cool base. Very good designs, super fun ideas and concepts going on. Another one that I could just kind of run around for hours and just kind of screw around and see. Very cool. Another really good one. All Frost, I heard you helped as well. Just farm the mats. Honestly, that's probably one of the more important pieces at the end of the day. If someone's not farming, it takes a lot longer to get this stuff all built out. Turn the screen off for a second as well while we load in. I think there's another one I'm spawning inside the bit.
So very cozy.
We got cozy. Make it... see if I can bear with me for a second here. Always takes a second for me to get oriented in the bases. There it is. Back to my daughter's game. Thanks again. Yeah, man. Thanks for letting me check it out. Whose base? This one is... Their Xbox username is R6 Guardian. There we go. Get me out of here. Gotta figure out where I want to start. No clue, Ducky. This base is pretty small. It lays through the... Of course I'm getting attacked by it. Alright. All right, next up we have our 16 Guardian base located right here around the ranger station, right where you spawn in the game. Always a good spot. A little bit on the smaller side of bases, but it'll be great. Love kind of breaking it up so we don't just have massive bases constantly. Makes it a little easier on my part. Okay, let's just get right into it. Got your functional stuff here, all laid out very nicely, all works well. Interesting use of the stairs as like window awnings or something, like that. All your functional stuff out on the outside, that all works well. Very good. Welcome in Nahali. Hopefully I said that right. Got your main crafting area. Thing right here. Nice and compact. Well, what's up? Whoa, ow. More functional stuff. Trash overflow. Gotta love it. Thinking through everything. Nice little roof or ceiling design here as well. Fortunately, you got a lurk and crash. Sounds good, Lude. Luck with the job, man. Yeah, very nice. Works well. Bonk my head this time. Perfect. Base is clipped into the top of it. Bedroom. And, so you have multiple bedrooms. You have multiple. Little armory space here. Nice little mood lighting as well. Wow, there's like 3 of you. Very cool. And somehow you get one of these all the way at the top. That makes sense. How the heck did a cockroach get up here? What? Didn't even make any sense. Nice little detail here as well. Stuff going. Nice little overhang upper. Have the little mushrooms. And then the rooftop. All your bugs and everything. Horrifying to have a wolf spider just like sitting on top of your base. Absolutely horrifying. Also, I had noticed you got your little bridge out to your sap collectors and everything. That works really well. Also, more sap collectors over here. Utilizing the space well. You didn't build in here. Don't think there's anything here. We'll probably go check some of that stuff out. I'm not sure how much of this we have to view or what we were supposed to. I haven't been able to get a hold of this person necessarily. But yeah, let's just get into it. The first impressions. I think you've got a good start here. Of course, starter base, so not an entire Carnival built out as a goofy end game build for fun. So great base, great place to start as well as always. Good location, nothing wrong with starting in the safe normal areas. Of course, always works well. First impression side of this, I'd probably give you between a 6 and 7. I think there is a lot happening on the base right now, and so it's maybe a little visually overwhelming in certain areas. I think you've got some really good starts, some good places that you can utilize some of these ideas. The use of the bounce webs is super fun. nice way to kind of get around a base, so I always enjoy the creativity on those sides of things, not just using 15 stairs to get up to your guys' areas. A lot more efficient to just use a bounce web tower. I think those all work really well. The layout and interior, I think I would probably give you also a 7 on this. I think everything's working. It's a fun way to get around the base. You have a lot of different like verticality in here that I think works well. Some of the ceiling designs are starting to become more interesting, which I think is the beginning of like creating those really highly detailed builds, which is not necessarily where everyone is, especially for the people who didn't play 3,000 hours of Grounded 1. But I think you've got a great start to those little things. The interior design, the way you walk around the base and stuff is all fun. But I think I can start to tell that there's potentially 2 or 3 people building in this base. Just because there's a lot of different materiality and a lot of things going on, which is just a little visually overwhelming at times. But I also think like the way you've kind of detailed some of these things out is also really fun. I think there's good parts to each parts of it. The materials and exterior. I think the interior works. I think you've got like those elements that are interesting. I think the exterior is where I'm a little stuck, and maybe that's possibly my style more, is I'm a little bit more of the cohesive design, kind of picking 2, maybe 3 materials to work with and kind of integrating them. And that's where this base maybe feels just a little kind of overwhelming at times visually, just with like the stem scaffolding and the foundations, and then you're using grass walls and acorn stairs and stems and thatch, and absolutely nothing wrong with experimenting with materials. You have to like, this is how you get better at building and how you create more cohesive designs overall, is you have to start somewhere. You have to start messing with these things. And so as a starter base, it definitely is headed in the right direction on the exterior and stuff, but I think potentially picking 2 materials to work with is a slightly easier way to work through designs and stuff. I do enjoy that you've done like grass, then thatch, then grass again, so you kind of keeping some elements on the a little bit more repetitive, which tends to create just a more cohesive design overall. But I also enjoy that you're kind of experimenting with like overhangs and like the way you've designed these little things. So I think you've done a really good job kind of testing ideas and having fun with it at the same time. It's not just a boring box, which I think is always the first step into making good, interesting designs, is how do you start breaking those things up a little bit. And so I think that's where, on the outside, I think I do enjoy that you're testing a lot of ideas and you're kind of figuring where things are working, what details work, where things maybe are too much, and that just is a process of trial and error at the end of the day. It doesn't mean that you're going to get it perfect on the first try. I tend to change my ideas constantly and swap through materials and adjust things. So there's nothing wrong with getting the framework of these things designed out and then spending a little bit of time kind of figuring out how to make it a little more cohesive is the only focus now. The structure of it. It works. I think there's elements where you've used structure really well, and I think there's elements where we could improve upon the structure a little bit. Specifically being maybe the foundation and the scaffolding is too much structure. Visually, I think, although there's nothing wrong with how you've done this, I think visually the scaffolding underneath is drawing my attention away from the base itself. And so one thing I'd maybe focus on is think about potentially bringing the foundations all the way down. You don't necessarily need to lift this, and I think the base would feel a little bit more grounded, pun fully intended, if you remove the scaffolding and just had the foundations connect to the ground themselves. That way it doesn't kind of have this heavy material on top of what is a lighter material. So looking at like sticks holding up pebbles is visually sort of like the opposite I would like to see typically. Not that that you can't do that by any means, and everything I say you have to take with a bit of a grain of salt or a grain of sand, just because one way is not the right way. There's a million different ways to do this kind of stuff, but in this build specifically, with how much you have going on in the design on the exterior above this stuff, I think visually reducing the clutter underneath the base would just help kind of like create that focal point that I'm currently lacking a little bit of. And I think you would draw less attention to like these elements instead of looking at the base if you just brought this down to the ground. Kind of create more of like a plinth design to it. It would help structurally, visually kind of make a little bit more sense in many ways. Just something in terms of like structure, it's always a little interesting seeing something heavy like a foundation block on top of these little like scaffolding pieces. And maybe you tested that and maybe it does look visually overwhelming. So maybe something in between kind of what Frostbit did on the last base we were just checking out, where there's a heavy focus on the pebble foundations and then little things that potentially break them up. But I think overall creating a larger platform here would just help visually kind of make the base a little more cohesive, because I don't necessarily think it needs to be up on a platform like it is currently. I think tying it back into the ground would definitely help kind of ground the base and make it feel like it's more attached and it's meant to be in this area, versus right now it feels like the base has been placed on this rock instead of just being part of the rock. And visually, of course, the foundations don't necessarily read as good as the rock itself does, but I think for all intents and purposes, that would be enough to kind of ground the base to this landscape in this area a little bit more. And it would add more attention to details like this, where you have these kind of lighter elements kind of showing up. I think that would help with these exterior platforms and stuff, feeling like bigger parts of the design just by switching the foundations. I think I'd give you like a 6 on the structure sides of things, where you've kind of messed with it. I think it works. Holy cow, that was high. But I think that lower area is just one of those elements I'm visually drawn to that don't necessarily, kind of detracts from the good design work that you have done in here. And my focus is always, how do we show off the things that a lot of time was put into, I guess is the best way to put it. And if the foundations of the base aren't the visual focal point of the base design overall, so I think it makes a lot of sense to potentially just make that one adjustment, and the structure would make total sense. Because I think these little elements work well. These little elements work well. I don't really mind these things not necessarily having like tons of structure. I enjoy that they're a little more open, but they would read as more open as well if this stuff was more solid underneath. Just add a little bit more emphasis to it. The functionality side of it, I can't really fault you on too much here. Everything's within range. You have all your different pieces in here. Always a little bit harder to design for 3 or 4 players versus like one person's base. So I think you guys have done a good job kind of separating your individual spaces out. That could be maybe one thing in terms of a base for multiple people, giving yourselves a little bit more room. Like make each one of your rooms more interesting. Kind of funny, like obviously K9 is on a different level here in terms of who gets the good stuff. You see Rock and Brom are unfortunately just got stuck with the little bases, part of the base. But I think that's one element that I would like to see emphasized a little bit more. Give yourselves a little bit of room to have fun with your own spaces. Don't just kind of like, well, this is the room we have, so this is what you guys get. I think everyone should get a room kind of like this, even if they're not necessarily playing as much as K9 is specifically. I think you could have more fun with those pieces, but I think it works overall. So I'd probably give you a 7 out of 10 on the functionality. Again, very similar to like Frostbits. It functions, it works, but we could take those functional pieces and start to like integrate them into the base a little bit more in terms of the design. Nothing wrong with them just kind of being stacked and lined up, but the way you sort of achieve those higher scores with functionality in my mind with these reviews is a great example is the people who have taken the spinners and the grinders and have used them like in circular designs, and then they light them and they make them more of a design piece specifically instead of just sort of an afterthought, I guess, is the way to put it, where it works, everything's fine here, but those are the elements where I tend to like bump those scores up a little bit more. But again, 2 ways to think about it. There's nothing wrong with a base that just functions. It doesn't have to all be high design, crazy, over-the-top creativity to be good. It still can just function and be good, and there's nothing wrong with that. K9 pays 50% of the rent. Yeah, exactly. It's exactly what it feels like. And nothing wrong with that, but I want to see all of you guys with a cool bed and a cool little area. And some of these spaces you could utilize a little bit more. You have a little more room here. You have room here. You could get rid of the bugs on top of here and like design out more on this side. Lots of little things you could do, but I think overall it does work pretty well. The theme and continuity, this is probably the one spot of this base that I might grade you guys a little lower on. Just because it sort of feels like 3 people have potentially been working on this base, and again, that's part of the struggle. We actually looked at a really cool base the other day when we were doing Grounded 2 tours, where it was a couple building a base together, and they had sort of 2 different builds going on in the same build, and that was where I was kind of like, how do we embrace multiple people building in a base? How do we take everyone's designs and not just kind of have one spot was one person's idea, one spot was another person's? Like, you can kind of see like grass was more on this side, and then you moved more to the, like the thatch and the stem on that side. And so you kind of have these conflicting ideas on the exterior, and that's maybe where multiple people's designs have sort of come into place. Easiest thing to do here is just switch a couple materials around. Potentially removing some of the grass, I think, would help. I like where you've utilized a couple of these other materials, the thatch and stuff on these levels, the use of stem in certain areas and the stem scaffolding. And I think continuity-wise, reducing a material, again, another thing by bringing this foundation down is that removes one extra material that's kind of just happening, which would help with the continuity side of it. I think overall the design's interesting, and you've got an interesting flow throughout the base. You have interesting little rooms, and you haven't just done like squares divided into more squares so I think that side of it is very well done, but I think on the exterior, it's just a little busy at times. Sometimes simple is a better option, and I think that could be something where you maybe tie into some of these design points a little bit more, even like the way you use this as an exterior stair instead of cluttering up the base itself, I think could be an opportunity to potentially, like, the way I see continuity is doubling down on ideas typically. So for me, it would be using one less material, so either using the acorn stairs or the grass stairs, just remove one type of them. I think it's a fun idea that you've got these overhangs, so I would just say, like, get rid of the grass stairs everywhere and use one type of stair on everything, so it reads as kind of one more, slightly more cohesive build overall, and that would help kind of increase the continuity of it, and then just double down on these, like, cool exterior spaces. I think even like we were saying a minute ago up on the top, in that area where your guys' room is, you could potentially start utilizing the outside of this as well, which I think would be pretty interesting. Even if this doesn't necessarily become a room, of course, none of this affects you guys specifically, but if you potentially built this out and then built up a floor here and created like an outdoor viewing space, and you could do similar stuff up here, nothing wrong with putting the bugs on top, but I could also see a really cool rooftop space. And then these kind of exterior spaces start being like overall more cohesive in the entire design. I think that would help bring it together as one cohesive design overall, because I think there's elements. I really like this roof design, really like the way you run around it. Your balconies are well done. Little overhang spaces like this. There's definitely elements that work really well, and I think just fully committing to an idea and just saying like, hey, exterior spaces are cool. I like those. I'm going to double down and do more of those. I think really helps tie the base in to overall, and just slightly less materials would make a big difference. The overall creativity, again, I think you guys have a great start here. You have a lot of interesting little ideas going on. Just the way it's not a super simple base. I think you've had fun with it, so I think a lot of those things work pretty well. Find some water. Go. And especially in your first builds, building in these first areas is always one of those things, like, didn't even notice this. Those dew collectors? Yeah, they do. The dew collectors go down there. Another great idea. The roach running away in fear after Thanos snapped the mom out of existence, right? But yes, the creativity side of it. I think you guys are headed in the right direction. Probably just give you a 7 on it. I think there's elements that we could improve upon, but you're also really starting to kind of mess with interesting little ideas here. So I think you're absolutely on the right track overall. The creative side of things really comes like after you figure out the basics of design and the materials that you can build within this game and the base building pieces we have. And then it really from there like becomes just experimenting and just like pushing everything, figuring out how you can kind of move these pieces. What the game allows you to do and doesn't allow you to do is something that only comes with time, a lot of time in this game. And I think we're looking at it, you have like, yeah, with 129 days, like really hard to say you've had enough time to experiment in it, of course. So hard to knock you on the creative side of things, because I think you guys have some interesting ideas going forward. And the potential of it, I think easy 8 on the potential. I think there's a lot of interesting ideas that you could take and emphasize. I think there's room for expansion in some of these areas. I think you can add more interesting ideas to these. You could build outwards. You could take bridge designs and start bridging out to different areas and just like having fun with it at the end of the day. So I think there's lots of room for growth, lots of interesting ideas that you could keep kind of doubling down on. Because I think it's a great start. It's a great start for a base, and I think there's a lot of room for improvement, not in a bad way by any means. I think there's just some interesting ideas, and my focus for the majority of people is just, if you have an area, if you have one piece that you really like, find more ways to integrate that into the design. Keep adding little things. So keep adding those little elements where you've taken like these triangle designs, very similar, like to this design as well. I think just emphasizing those little moments more and more is what really brings the bases to life and everything. But I think you've got a really good start. Really cool little start, fun little base design. Interesting one as always to try to build a totally different challenge to try to build with multiple people, of course. One of those things that's easier said than done at the end of the day. But yes, really good job. Cool base. Very interesting start to a base. I think you guys have got a lot of potential as you continue getting items and get further and further in the game. Really cool start. Okay, let's see.
I'm ready for pickup.
I want to run over to Willy's Wonderland real fast, just to see if there's anything over there. Don't necessarily know if there is. I didn't explore a whole lot, but one of those things I would hate to miss a really cool base design, just to be safe. They didn't tell me what to look at and what not to. I assumed I was just supposed to review the base that we started at. So, but there could be a whole another base over here. Let's see, and there. Or we could have everyone's different designs as well. Who knows? How many have we done? This is the third one.
Let's reestablish homeostasis.
How could we not check out Willy's Wonderland? Let's see what it is.
This should protect my internal organs somewhat.
Nothing. No. Or, I mean, it's named Willy's Wonderland. Yeah. Well, here you go. Just a small base for one of the other people playing on the server. Nothing too. Half tempted to check out what Bardane is. Just to see. I felt bad. I missed a couple different things that people wanted me to check out, so I want to be as thorough as possible. Now I want to know who Willy is, though. Deep. What is next? Imposter. Imposter's base is up next. It'll be a very cool.
Specimen dispatch.
Stuck in these crevasses. No way to escape. Naming my next ride Willy's Wonderland. I think that's perfect, chap. Absolutely perfect, man. So close with the car. Not aggro that dude. No reason to get attacked by a mantis. You already know it's gonna be really cool. Oh, my son says really. Looks like just the start of a base, so we'll leave it at that. Come back and check it out once it's all done. Oh, jeez. All right. I sped it up for you, little ducky. Willy's Wonderland would be a good one. Yeah, let's see. I don't know where I'm spawning on this. Did not check it out earlier. Right at the beginning. Oh, pasta. You are insane. Pasta, is it better at night or during the day for this one? You tell me. We'll do whatever you want. Oh, dude, this is freaking insane. What? Imposto, dude. What the? Oh, you guys are gonna poop yourself. You like daytime? Yeah, I was gonna say I think daytime. Where's a bed hiding? Do you have any? Yeah, this needs light. Definitely needs light. This is freaking awesome. Okay. Okay, we made it day. Let me get back to the front here. Just so everyone knows, this is a creative build, but it's insane. Alrighty. Next. Mine's like that, but the Great Wall of Bracalo will take you all the way to the Butterfly Kingdom. Yeah, I'm excited to see it. I'm gonna do my jump thing. Alright, next up we have Alfredo the Impasta, another really cool creative build that they've done here. Another one up on the statue kind of podium area, right on the stairs. And this one, instead of a cathedral and a crazy kind of village, this one is a Japanese style build, and it's pretty epic. Good old Le Pasta. Yeah, another one. We've kind of seen some of these designs before, but it looks really good. Love your custom tree designs as well. Creates a really nice little entry area. One of my, honestly, my favorite entrance so far to a base that's built up on this. You have literally covered the entire thing, which I think is freaking epic. That is a lot of foundation laying. This is really cool. Again, I know it's creative, so it's a lot easier. You're not collecting all the materials and stuff, but it still is a lot of effort to put down this many foundations and everything. Also love that you like tiered down here of everything. Looks really nice to have all these little houses, little outdoor areas. You even like have these freaking under areas. Like there's no need for any of this, but it looks incredible. Got the trees from Shikaka. Yeah, they look really nice. Got a well design, guy filling up his water, the story building, world building, of course. Very well done. Love these little houses and stuff already. And another great design utilizing these. I think it's one of those things, like with the Japanese style builds, they work, the ladders work really, really well. Nice little house designs. So much to see. We're not even in the part of the base yet. I think that's what's so insane. Really like the little outdoor designs and stuff. Nice. Another little kind of house out front. Little work to do. Have you hit the build limit on this yet, Pasta? Always the question. Love the little moments, people sitting outside their houses and stuff. It's, Impasta and Luderav are people you need to pay attention to if you're looking for how to detail builds more. Really good job on them overlooking this. Love the design of these buildings as well. There's really simple, very simple little decisions, but they just immediately read as like a Japanese style building. You know, we have a very limited palette of materials at the moment, so there's only so much you can do, but I think these look really nice. I do really like that you swapped the materials as well. Not something I typically do, but with this much roof, it looks really nice to kind of break it up a little bit. Not super obvious, especially, which I really like when you're kind of looking at it from the sides. You don't necessarily see the change in material very much, but I really like that you swapped that out, because the pine cone specifically as a roof type is very, it is overwhelming if you use too much pine cone, because there's just so much texture and so much happening with these roofs. I do really like that you switch that up quite a bit. Looks really nice. And it really does feel like a forest down here, which I think is really cool. You haven't hit the build limit. You've been trying to catch up on your gaming backlog, and after seeing Chap's interiors and details, I kind of wish I put more into mine. No, dude, it's a great start. You've also built like 3 really cool bases, or mega builds, not just one. An overall idea here. This looks really cool, man. Such an epic entrance to like this Japanese like fortress, and kind of see what's happening back there as well. Get maybe further down, see what's happening back there. Well, yeah, really nice, really cool entrance. Very well done. Got the red carpet and everything. I love that you've taken this to like a larger scale as well. Like the building is almost an entire wall. I think looks really nice. Oh yeah, we do have the net. I forgot about that. Very true. Who needs a gnat when you jump? Die. Loving the designs. The light blocks up top look really nice too. Wow, yeah, okay. We need the handy net. Yeah, it doesn't do it justice without it. Wow. This looks freaking awesome, man. The use of trees and stuff, it just looks so natural. Utilizing the grass, I love this effect to kind of create the idea of like a lawn and creating like a Japanese garden in here. The bridge, dude, this is freaking awesome. Such a small detail, like a little bridge, but it just looks so nice. The pebble paths going through everything looks so natural. Love that you created like a little like seating area where people could hang out and chat as well. Oh man, I'm loving the landscaping. Everyone take notes. This is where you really start to make cool builds. And I know we're just totally glancing over the fact that this is awesome as well, but I love this kind of detail. The use of the clovers clipping through everything, so you're hiding the garden patches, hiding grass through it, just looks so natural. Really, really difficult to do in this game. One of the more difficult things overall, I would say, is trying to create like natural landscaping like this. Really hard to like get away from just you're stuck with this. The majority of people do it in this type of design. Knife, thank you for the resub for 16 months, man. Thank you, man. Very much appreciated. Welcome in, by the way. Loving all this design work. I want to spend my whole day. I could live in that little hut and just live in that garden. Oh, I love it. Okay, we got all like the shops and everything going around the outside here in these outer buildings, like a little marketplace, but inside. Furniture store, kitchen, the armory, the knickknacks, and making potions and auctions. Loving it. Very well done. Seating areas all around the top look really nice. Big fan of it so far. Again, continuing the trees around the whole thing. Also really nice little detail. The wall going around the entire thing I do really enjoy as well. Now we didn't run through the whole thing, but I think it's nice little designs on the top as well. Grannies. Can't help. Gotta look everywhere. Got your little buggy stable area. This looks really nice. The little watering troughs. Really nice little detail as well. The little door to like get back outside of the base and everything. The little details that really do it. Sad you missed Grim today? Oh, man. All good, though. Yeah, loving the way this is looking, man. Really cool designs. I love that you're taking and like learning from each one of your builds as well. Everyone just pushes a new aspect. You get to like the base you finally decide on building forever. Is going to be pretty ridiculous to see what you can come up with, man. These are fun little details as well. Love the little entrances, how you've raised everything up, how you kind of mimicked the design on the entryway into the little buildings themselves. Look really nice. Actual like museum in here, or the tribute. Everyone paying their respect to the Axel god. Nice little shrine design. Works really well as well. These are cool little details to add more to it. The depth is really well done, man. That was sort of like one thing that was missing in the massive pebble kind of village in cathedral design, was like the use of this much depth. So I think this looks really, really nice. Cool little details. Really easy to overlook some of these things too. So, and then of course, like not to save this massive building for last, but it's freaking awesome, man. Reads is Japanese. I love, again, that you raised everything up and kind of like kept this whole entryway design sort of mimicked into this as well. I think that looks really, really nice. I think it's freaking epic. Oh, man. Now, we need to see what the heck you created in. Yeah, so we got sort of the armor stations all shown off. You got the training area, so everyone. Got the little table for everyone to sit at as well. Fireplace usage. All the little bits and pieces. Dorms. No worries. These are going to be really nice as well. Why can't I go further? Check that out in. Yeah, okay, so back upstairs it like. Really like the use of the red carpet as well. The mite rug looks really nice in this area. This looks really nice as well, man. Very simple, of course, but very fitting. Stairs, the windows are really well done. Stairs going all the way up. I like that you built this big enough that you could really make these like really large elements kind of stand out as part of the design and not just be stairs for the sake of stairs. Those always look really nice. Christmas trees, little armor areas again. Really like how that looks like a sunlight. Really nice. Diffuses the light really well. Just the exterior balconies. People standing on the edges looking out and everything. Well, man. This is awesome. I think you've done another really good build, man. Very interesting. It's not easy. I think that's one of the more impressive things about a lot of your builds is that you now have 3 different builds. I mean, in Grounded 1, you have the Taj Mahal. You have this Japanese style. You had the original Japanese style build that you made. You have the, like, European style cathedral village sort of thing as well. Like, jumping between these different styles of builds is not something that's very intuitive, not an easy thing to do. Takes a lot of attention to detail to be able to make buildings like so vastly different from each other. So I think you've done a really, really good job. And I can see improvements in every aspect of your builds every time we see these. Now, they're creative and stuff, so I don't know, some people might think that's lame, but I think this is freaking awesome. I can very much see people really, really liking this. I just love that you've contained everything so well in this like cool wall around it and having all these extra details. It's so freaking. It feels like such a natural city in so many ways. Go check that back room. I kind of want to see what you did back here. I know it's not finished and it's under work or under construction, of course, but seeing it out of the perspective of the handy nat is also well. Hey, Durandy, thank you for the super sticker. Man, thank you. That is awesome. Appreciate that. Welcome in, by the way. Hope you're having an amazing night, enjoying the bases. Got some freaking cool ones. Oh, very nice. I like that you connected this all down, all the way to this thing. Great use of random spaces. I always love tying these things in. Sounds good, knife. 2 hours to get home. Man, that's horrible. Those are the worst. I've been there before. Definitely know that feeling. But thank you for stopping by and saying hi, and thank you for the resub, man. It was great to see you, even if it was just for... Yeah, man. All right, let's get into the grading of this one, because holy cow, dude, this one's epic. The escape tunnel, yeah, it's very, very cool. All right, we will go back into the handy nat to take a look at all of this. So, in terms of first impressions, I am impressed. Impressed out of 10. I freaking love this, man. I absolutely love this. Also a small cave on the front left side, not much in, but if you want. Over here. Oh yeah. Yeah. Easy 10. Oh man. Somehow you just keep adding more crazy details. It's fun. I love when you utilize, like when space like this is utilized. So easy to overlook little things like this, and I know, of course, more work to be done, as always with mega builds. They're just never finished. But I love your utilization of space. Oftentimes, the entrances of this area are one of the most difficult things to do. So in terms of the layout and the interior of it, I tend to think of the pathways as layout, and then of course the insides of the builds as interior. On yours, I might grade these ones separate, because of course the interior still needs more detail and work in a lot of these areas. You've taken on a hell of a project here. Like, this thing's massive. This is very, very cool, and a lot of space to design out. So I love that you put a lot of attention on the outside of this, especially like in terms of an architect looking at this. And I have done a lot of landscape design and stuff as well, plaza designs. I love seeing stuff like this. I think these are so cool, and there's so very few bases ever get to the level of detail to where you have like a park design in this. Like, you have an entire garden, like, park area to come and, like, walk around. It just creates such an interesting aesthetic and vibe. I think it's really, really cool. So in the layout and interior, the layout side of it, I think is really, really interesting. I think you've done an awesome job. So I struggle not giving you a 10 on that side of things, just because I love the way you kind of explore this base and everything. But on the interior side of it, probably more like a 7, of course. Like, the areas, as we've seen, the areas that you've detailed are incredible. Same as your old bases, the details where you've had the time and you've detailed them out, they look so good. And it's always just, you're always working on such big projects. It feels impossible to finish this many projects this early into early access is kind of ridiculous that you even in creative come up with so many cool little designs in cities and villages and stuff. I think overall very impressive. Even in creative, this is a lot of work to put this much detail into a build, no matter what anyone says. The materials and exterior, I'm struggling to find anything I don't like about the outside of this space. Everything from the little builds, the big buildings, to the wall around the outside, like all the details, the use of materials is really well done. It's not overwhelmingly one material. The depth is like, if I need to describe to someone what depth in a build is, it's this. This is absolutely what depth is. The use of these little kind of concave spots where you're pushing and pulling materials. You have like the use of the the frickin' roofs to elevate these a little bit. The depth that's created by these like fins that are going out each way. The overhangs on all the roof on every one of the buildings, like they all have their own little overhang designs. Like the differentiation, there's very few people who have messed with multiple roof materials like this, and I think this frames the thatch in the way that I dislike the thatch in so many ways, because the edges don't quite give the effect that I want. But this is a really good way to finish this off, especially in the Japanese architecture's kind of styling that you've got going on. It looks really, really nice. Breaks things up really well. It just a really good amount of detail. Yeah, so I struggle on exterior and materials to not give you a 10. Like, just this park alone, I could give a 10. Everything from there is just a bonus, but the outside of the base, the trees, like everything about this exterior is so well done. The structural side of it, a little harder to grade on structure on this one. I think the elements are all there. They aren't overwhelming. They tie into the base nicely. This is always a harder one for me to grade, because some bases you really kind of overemphasize structure, and other bases it just feels very natural. I'd probably give you an 8 on the structural side of things. Not that you necessarily can improve on it by any means. I think everywhere looks nice. It works. It looks good. But there's not necessarily like structure in terms of like same thing in the functional side. It's how do you emphasize structure at a higher level is the only way I feel like I can give out like 9s and 10s on structure. And I feel like yours is just the structurally, the structure doesn't exist visually to me in many ways. Of course, the colonnades and stuff, they all work. They look nice. They're not detracting from the build at all. But they're not necessarily like these huge structural design decisions, which is where I tend to like really give the 9s and 10s on the structural side, where it's like really, really emphasized and becomes like a huge part of the design overall. But I think everything just feels very natural. I'm not looking at it like, oh my gosh, look at this ridiculous like columns. The columns work where you need them. They're fitting in every way, shape, or form. The stairs, again, they're not like light little stairs that feel weird. They're just hefty enough. There's just enough detail in all of them that it works really well. So it's hard to necessarily take points away in any way, shape, or form. But those high scores are mostly just saved for people that are like take structural elements. Very similar to like early on in these base tours, where the one duo of builders built the ridiculous bridge to the speaker over there. That's where I start to see like structure being this like 10 out of 10 on sides of things. Really hard to do, but I think it fits. Everything fits very well and works really well. for you. The functionality side of it, I don't know if we can really give a grade on functionality just because it's a creative base and that's more of a survival based thing. So we'll just kind of skip over functionality outside of the fact that it visually just is cohesive and works really well. Everything you're trying to accomplish has worked really well. So I think you've done a great job on that. The theme and continuity, I don't know how you give anything but a 10 to this. The elements are repeated so well, but not one building is a replica of another. Every single building, except for these two, are in some way, shape, or form a completely different design, just utilizing the same elements. And this is like what I'm crying for when I talk about the theme and the continuity of a build. You don't necessarily have to build a Japanese architectural style. You don't have to build a castle. But I like seeing those repeated elements, especially when you get to this scale. The scale is important. For smaller builds, it's a lot easier to just kind of utilize one or two materials and kind of make everything feel nice. In these really big builds where you have 4, 5, 6, 7 buildings, it's how do you create the same style of building without just repeating the exact things over and over again? And I think that's exactly what you've done. You've got little elements repeated, but then every base feels completely unique to the next one. Every little building feels like the designs are different. You have not just copied any piece of this, but you've got repeated elements like the pine cone framing things out. But then you like switch it up on this side and you do these designs slightly differently. So everything just reads as its own, but also comes together as one larger build, which I think looks really, really good. That's probably what's so convincing about this build. Especially, I mean, all of your builds I feel like have been that way. They all feel really, really cohesive. And I think that's something that's not easy to do by any means. One thing I would say is lighting in this base. This thing I want lit up at night. Way more lighting. That is like the one major critique I can say in this whole thing. Now, of course, that reduces the build limit exponentially. It makes everything run horrible when you add a ton of lights. But I would love to see more lighting throughout this. The places where you've done it, even like this, put the light inside of the green box so it glows a little more at night. Put more lighting inside the buildings so that these windows everywhere start standing out. That was the one thing I noticed inside of this base, that everything was really dark. It does create a very interesting kind of vibe overall. So I don't necessarily think it's bad, but I could see when you're sitting here, when these lights load in, if everything inside of this was lit up more, I think you would really get an more interesting aesthetic overall. I think it would really, really start to pop. Hard to do with the render distance of lights and stuff, but just a hair more. That way these ladders and stuff would really start kind of shining. But overall, that was like my only critique is lighting, and the lighting's always kind of the last thing. But I do like the kind of sporadic lighting. The use of candles, I think, looks really good in these. Of course, range further. The candles are placed nicely. Like where you've lit things, I think it looks good. I just want a lot more lighting is the only thing I can say about this entire base that I would change in any way, shape, or form. You've done a really good job. The overall creativity, again, hard to not give you a 10 on this one. It's a creative build, so it's obviously creative, you know. But I think you're killing it. I think it looks really nice. So many interesting things happening. So many interesting ideas. The creativity on the build itself. I could give you a 15 just on this park area in the middle here. Like, so much interest. So many interesting ideas and creative thoughts going through here. Really good. And the potential, again, I mean, I don't know how to knock you on points on the potential side of it. The only thing is it feels almost done. But hard to have a 10 in potential, I guess, when it's like so much of it is finished. But again, like in this area, you've kind of set it up so you could start building this stuff way out over there. Again, you could start building way out over there. You could keep pushing your ideas and building back behind the whole thing that you've already kind of started to your little escape hatch. Like everything just works, and it gives you a lot of opportunity for more interesting ideas. Potentially utilizing this space a little bit more could be kind of interesting. there's potential there. There's just a lot. There's so much space that you could continue adding to. But yeah, man. Again, Imposta, as always, very, very impressive. Very cool build. Really enjoy taking a look at these. I think they're so inspiring. So many interesting little ideas, the way you're utilizing the different materials and stuff here to just inspire everyone in the community. Very, very cool. Yeah. I don't even know what to say anymore. It looks so good. One of those, I'm just kind of talking to talk now because I'm so impressed. I just want to stay and hang out in the base all night. Oh, man. But yes, thank you, Imposta. Another incredible build. It looks so freaking good every time. Gosh dang, you guys. These are insane. Okay, next up is Off-Grid Nomad. Ducky, I'm not skipping the order, my dude. Not happening. It's unfair to everyone else who reached out earlier. I know you're excited. Another one I spawn inside of. Yeah, I believe you would be second to last most. Yeah, it's only 9. Ducky, we got lots of time. Got 3 bases left. Got plenty of time to get them done. I can take my family to your park. Season passes, right? Yeah, everyone can go to Impostas if they give Chap. They allow Chap in their base. Free concessions, please. Holy. I don't even know what I'm doing anymore. All right, I did look. I saw your request. I'm not sure how we would do that. Ducky. Just his face shoved in the camera. Shrunken noodles. Sounds yummy. Touring it, appreciate the feedback for real. Gives me stuff to work on. Yeah, I mean, I don't even know if you need it anymore. I should stop helping you. Oh, man. All right, let's just get into it. So, next up, we have Off-Grid Nomad. One is built up on the oak tree on this side of the map. Or the pine trees, I guess. Interesting location. I don't think we've seen anyone build on this tree specifically. We've had a lot of people build over on this collection of trees. Had lots of people build in the roots and stuff over here, but not as common over here. Definitely going to be an interesting one. My first attempt ever to build a designer base. Feel free to be harsh on the review. Oh man, I think it's a really cool start. Absolutely ridiculous that you have collected this much pine, or this much pebble. This is ridiculous. Just the first glance. Again, I've made so many comments on not enjoying pebble foundations because they just become so heavy. I absolutely love this. This is such a simple addition to break up these massive pieces, which I absolutely love, Nomad. This is where when you're building on a large scale, you really, really have to start thinking about things like this. A massive pebble square is just always going to be one of those things that kind of becomes an eyesore, and the design, although not necessarily super realistic in any way, that like these would actually work and hold something up this big, but I love that you added this kind of detail in, because it really makes such a big difference when you're building on this scale, because this is massive. Really like the job you've done this on. Really enjoy what you've done here with the lighting and putting these the pebblet pillars in between them and stuff. That looks really nice. I think we need to see this at night real fast to get the full experience. Yeah, that looks really nice. Of course, always a struggle because the render distance for lights is not anywhere near what it needs to be in the game, unfortunately, at this point in time. Hopefully we get more to it. But yeah, this looks really nice. Love the way, again, breaking things up. I know maybe some people think it is kind of goofy or unrealistic and stuff. You know, I talk about structure and everything, but the lighting is so well done. And yes, as far as I know, this is all survival. I was not able to use the handy nat or anything, so I'm assuming you are all survival, which is freaking ridiculous. Yeah, the lighting, the effort to do all this lighting looks so nice. That's it, yeah. We'll hit night sooner than later, and we can come check all this back out as well. Again, great job on the detail work in these corners and stuff, really breaking things up. This is so much pebble, dude. Holy cow. Yeah, how did you build this without the handy nat is what I want to know. This is crazy. This is like so freaking big. I want to jump down there and I feel like I'm going to die. Unless there's a pad down there, let me know. Then I'll jump down it for sure. Yeah, the commitment to make this thing symmetrical all the way around, dude. He said jump. We're doing it. I had faith. We were rewarded. Dude, it looks so... This is ridiculous that you built this. This is actually insane. The amount of effort just in this exterior space to do this symmetrically all the way around the base is actually insane. And it makes it even more fun that there's this jumping glitch now, so we can just like fly around this thing. This is so cool. This is a next level commitment, dude. Freaking awesome. Already love... I love that you made these like big window pieces with the dew collectors. We've seen some other designs kind of like this. Makes a really nice little effect, and the lighting to light these little things looks really, really nice too. Love your little chandelier design. Really good job on the lighting again. Creating fun little scenes. All your bug head mounts and... we have to burn it. I'm sorry, off-grid, but we have to burn the whole thing. It's toast. We have to destroy it. We have to give it up. It's not a... Go down. Leave this peaceful place. It's actually horrifying that that's there. Dude, this looks really nice. I love that you've got... Of course, he's just going to keep walking around. The lighting. This is one of my favorite lighting effects. I love that you've got different colors. The lighting on all the pebble outside. You've lit up the floor, layering things really well. The light, bright, like the brightness and contrast from the rest of the base makes this place look really nice. It even gives off, like, you've got the eggs, like, incubating and stuff. Like, the warmer light here looks really, really nice. It feels exactly what this little spot needed. Really like it. The lighting underneath the floors also really nice little effect. Adding in these angled stem half walls or full walls, whatever ones they are, looks really nice too. It almost looks, it looks like, I mean, it's night outside, so there's not the light coming in, but it creates the effect that you have like this crazy lighting coming through, which looks really interesting. A really nice little effect. Keep an eye on that guy, he's just wandering. And love your little setups, like with the different bugs all shown off in these areas. Really cool use of the space. These, yeah, dude, really good job on the lighting. Really, really good job on the lighting. And putting these to light up the cannon pieces themselves looks really nice as well. Armor dummies, of course, are not listening anymore, but I know that looks good. Yeah, all the underlighting looks really nice. The flooring designs are really nice. This all looks really good. I'm absolutely obsessed with the lighting in your base right now. Thought I have been collecting a ton of pebbles in my game for my build. Yeah, this is absolutely insane. So, I mean, even the fact you've used pebble paths, which is the most expensive flooring option in history. It is so expensive to use these, and they are absolutely everywhere. Again, yeah, really like that the symmetry of this build where you've done symmetry, but you've also switched it up just enough. So like each one of these being their own color and like throwing in the scorpion chair and stuff to kind of break things up, like all really, really cool decisions. The lighting is what really sells every single section being totally different. It's so good. Love that you built these out on an angle and figured out like the pebble paths to like raise them up looks really nice. Something about this green lighting just feels so moody. I love it. Lighting effects. This going. Those are the head torch. Yeah, I love that you've lit every single spot up completely differently. Got all your chests. These look really nice. Cool little functional spot. All works really well. The tree makes total sense by utilizing the sap collectors in those areas as well. Again, another really cool little design on that as well. Have like the details up there. See if we can get up there. Alright, not where you're actually supposed to. Very cool though. Off grid. Let me know if there's any place I need to like any secrets. I can see a lot of stuff happening underneath here, and I can't tell if it's just for lighting or just filling space and stuff. So just make sure I don't miss anything. And again, lighting, dude. Lighting is my favorite lighting I think we've seen out of any base so far. This looks really clean, really, really nice. Separated all your functional stuff. This is where we're getting, and we'll talk about it in scores and stuff. This is what I'm talking about when I give really high scores on functional. They become more than just a bunch of things on shelves. They become really integrated parts of the builds, where it's not just designed just to work. You've put a lot of time into creating a very visually appealing design here that I think works really well. And again, I can't even decide which one of these lights is my favorite. Yeah, you got all the ovens and everything. You got your mushrooms. Really cool use of filling this massive space. Really, really cool. It looks like we could go up potentially. I haven't seen any way to do that. We're down. Definitely space in these areas too. Hopefully not missing any. Honestly, like, I enjoy the amount of room that you've left here. It's not super crowded, not like overwhelming amount of stuff. I tend to say a lot of people need more details, but it feels like you filled the space exactly how it needed to be. Looks really nice. Another really, really cool one. Well, let me know if I miss anything while we get into the grading. I don't see a way up. Horrified that wolf spider is just gonna try to maul me. Yeah, this is all just upper area. Well, I know what my one piece of improvement is that I would suggest. No second floor, you got it all? Perfect. All right, well, let's get into the scores. In terms of first impressions, the amount of effort you have put into this thing is absolutely freaking ridiculous. This is an ungodly amount of pebble to use. It's overwhelming to think of just doing one of these. Just on one side of this tree. Only doing these pieces down to here is so much work. It's so much freaking work to collect this much. I am absolutely blown away that you have created this symmetrical thing around this entire freaking tree. That is some next level builder's commitment, because this looks freaking awesome. One of those things, like at first glance, I didn't realize how much detail was in this as well, which makes, I think, it even more impressive. Like, in terms of first impressions, I'd probably give you a 9 out of 10. I love that it sort of evolves as you kind of watch, as you walk your way up this thing, and you slowly start to realize, like, wait a second, there is a lot of hidden detail The fact that all these are bounce web elevators, so you didn't even have to make these crazy ramps or anything. You've like circumnavigated that by just making bounce web elevators out of them and said, screw it, I'm gonna fully commit to this concept of building these out all the way around. Oh, let's get out of here. Can't catch me. Nerd. Would watch a stream of just him farming pebbles. Yeah, he must have the best route we've ever seen. But yeah, first impressions, super impressive. I love that, like, first glance, it's just like, this is big. I know the amount of work, everything that it takes to gather this amount of materials, so very well done. The layout and interior, a very unique interior. The layout in terms of like the pathways up, I think is great. I think they look awesome. I love that you've added so much detail to the exterior here with such like simple pieces, but it overall looks really, really nice. This lighting is very moody for the pebbles. Which I'm a big fan of, and I love the interior here. I do actually, I tend to say like a lot of massive bases like this just feel so open, and it tends to detract or distract from the overall design, but I really enjoy the simplicity of the inside of this. I absolutely love everything you've done in each one of these corners. The repetition is like very aesthetically appealing overall. And then the use of lighting, which we'll include on this, honestly, I don't know of another base that I enjoy the lighting of as much as this base. It's really, really good. You've kind of emphasized it, red lights with the mite rugs, like the thatch pieces. Then you like run over to the other side and you emphasize the green with the grass. Like thematically, it just works really, really well. And I think as much as I like the outside of the base with the massive ramps up this whole thing and the really cool designs for the corner pieces that you've worked out. Missed one there. Couple more pebbles to collect. Holy cow, I can only imagine how much pebble it is to build a whole nother one of those. But yeah, it's really, really well done on the inside. I would honestly, I hesitate to give you anything but a 10 on the interior of this. I know there's like empty spaces and space that isn't utilized, but something about it in this design works really, really well. I actually just really enjoy the amount of space, amount of room, how things are kind of like separated from each other. It's not all just crammed into this base. Like you use the idea of a massive space and you filled it just enough. It's not overwhelming and it's not too little at the same time, which is a really, really difficult balance to do. So I think, I don't know how to dock you points on this. I don't know what I would add or subtract from any of it. I really like the interior overall. The four corners, the symmetry of using the lights, but everything kind of just reads really, really well. Everything functions really, really well. It just works. Materials and exterior. I think we have a really good start to the exterior here. Sec to get messing with this, actually. Let's make a day so we can see the outside a little bit better. It looks amazing, but my favorite part is the lights. Yeah, same. I really like the outside. I think it's really cool. I really like these dew collectors in these spaces. I think it looks really, really nice. It's a very simple exterior. Just kind of repeated a simple pattern, but I think for that, like, it's not visually overwhelming in any way. I think it works really nice. Maybe slightly on the simple side. I enjoy the simplicity of the inside because I think your lighting is what is like taking it to that 10 in my mind. That lighting, the combination of the materials with the lighting, like it's very, very intentional. In the outside compared to the inside is just a little bit more kind of, it's not boring, but compared to the inside, it feels a little bit kind of simple. And so much of it, like this, perfect. I wouldn't change anything. As you said, no land rights, so you can't actually build that one there. Like all good. This all looks awesome. So over the top, which I absolutely love. There's no reason to do any of this, but you decided to do it anyways. I think overall that is really nice. I I wouldn't change anything about these. The lighting looks great. The details are great. Maybe one thing you could mess with, like similar to what we saw with Alfredo, like putting some clay foundation in here just to kind of aesthetically break up the massive amount of pebbles. Something, it could look horrible, so like take that with a grain of salt, of course. Not something I can say like, oh, do it, it's going to look great. It might kind of ruin the effect that you've got. Because I think this looks really good as it is, but that might help break it up a little bit. And I think you could do a similar sort of feeling with this, where one more material might be enough to do it. Now, you might have to wait till we get the winter update to get like mushroom and pine cone and all those things, because that might be more aesthetically what it needs. I could very similarly to Impasta's design with the outlining using pine cone roofs. I think that could really kind of help break this up. I don't know if it's like a pattern like kind of lines or stripes, or if it's just this outer kind of area gets a little bit more detail. And I think similarly, you could potentially, I do really like these windows, so I don't know how you necessarily do this without messing it up, but you could potentially highlight these entrances a little bit more. I think this could be one area where maybe flipping these potentially to the thatch side would create, just instead of maybe get rid of these windows and just do a half pine wall here, and then just do thatch, 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 and then kind of repeated pattern. Similarly, kind of how it works, of course. You're gonna have to do a little testing there, because I think that lightness would really help emphasize the stem material that's used for the dew collectors. And that would help just visually kind of amp up the details on the outside, because your interior details are through the roof. And so now I like that you've got simple repeated elements, and now it's like, okay, pick those moments where you're no longer repeating, and now it's about emphasizing specific decisions. And like, you've created these nice entrances, and so highlighting those I think could help. Could also be something that maybe the thatch side of the wall is what's used here, so like just flipping those around, or maybe doing some angled designs or something that could look kind of cool, break it up a little bit. But other than that, I think it looks really good. It's just compared to when you're looking at the outside or the inside versus the outside, the inside is like so heavily detailed. It is crying for just a little more detail on the outside. And I don't want you to overcomplicate this by any means. Because I do really like just the simple repeated design over and over again. Something about the water droplets, like collecting, just it's enough detail that you could get away with some really, really simple things to just break up the repetitiveness. But overall, I think the exterior is a great spot. And I think you have a lot of ideas to work with, and you can kind of just add in little elements here and there. That could be even switching this to a different material, potentially just adding another layer of material where these pieces are, potentially just little things. The structural side of it, this again is an incredible example of what I say when I'm saying you need to make structure. If you're going to use structure, especially on this scale, it has to become this like huge design decision. You have to start emphasizing it, and I absolutely love that when you kind of look at this from far away, you can barely tell that there's all this detail happening. But then as soon as you start coming in, you slowly start seeing the lighting and the columns instead of finishing off these corners, and then adding these angled pieces instead of just using a full foundation block. You're adding in like interesting details in the corners and stuff. Again, these things are freaking ridiculous and massive ramps and stuff, but I love that you've added these like details around the sides to really break it up. So I think I'd give you a 9 on the structural side of it. I think there's little things that you can improve upon. Visually breaking this up, the pebble side of this a little bit with some different materials might help it just read as a little bit less as one big pebble material, which I do kind of like that as you get closer and closer to it, is when you really start to kind of see these details, which I don't dislike, but I think there's room for just a little bit more detail on the structural side of things. That's why I'm not giving you a full 10 on that, which I think is incredibly difficult to get anyways, the way we're doing this. But I think you're absolutely headed in the right direction of on the structural side of things, and just keep adding details, keep finding ways to break up kind of the single material that you have going. But very simply, I enjoy the simplicity of the build overall. Now, some of these things don't feel necessarily simple, but simple concepts repeated over and over again. Each one has its own take, I think is all really good. Functionality side of it. Again, this is where another great example of how to get high scores on the functionality, the structure, the theming. Everything here functions really, really well. It is a big base, so in terms of being able to like have every corner of this reach the other corner is what it is, of course. But it works really well. You didn't just line a bunch of chests up, you spaced them all out really nicely. Everything that you need is near the chests that are associated with like the specific items or machinery type things. The functional build pieces that we can work with, dew collectors, jerky racks, having the ovens and everything completely separated in their own area. Like, everything feels incredibly intentional. I'm going to give you a 10 on the functional side of this. I really like how you've separated these between everything, and all the chests correlate to what is in that area, but you've made everything a really intentional design decision. From lighting to the layout of these rooms, it's like everything's really thought about. The way you've clipped the storage, fresh storage into these things, so they're just little elements. They're not totally hidden away. A lot of cool little design pieces going on here. One of my favorite functional designs overall. Makes a lot of sense. Very simple decisions that all make a lot of sense. A very, very good job on the functional side of it. The theme and continuity, again, really good job here. I think all the elements, like the repetition, the symmetry of it is very, very aesthetically appealing overall. It's, again, hard to knock you points on it. I think, as I said, emphasizing the outside of this, the theme and design of the outside and stuff is really the only place you can really improve. But I'd probably have to give you a 9 on this in terms of the theme and continuity, like the repetition, the symmetry. Everything just is very aesthetically appealing. Like it just, you want to look at everything. You want to see all the details. The repetition makes it really easy as someone coming into this base. Figuring out how to navigate through the whole thing just works really well, because I know, all right, there's 4 corners, everything's repeated, but there's a different design in each one of those, which somehow, through the effect of lighting and the use of these different flooring materials, you've created really, really interesting little spaces to utilize. I want to just hop around this thing all night and just take a look at each one of these areas, because they're all just unique and interesting in their own designs. So I think it looked really, really good. The overall creativity, probably give you a 9 on that as well. There are some elements, of course, some of these open areas where maybe a slightly more creativity could be utilized. The exterior a little bit more as well, but there's so many interesting ideas. There's like the creative side of utilizing dew collectors as windows, and like highlighting these by using lights to cover up these portions of the turrets, angling turrets to kind of like emphasize more and more like what's happening in these spaces. Like, obviously, like these cool chests that feel like they're being protected by these turrets facing every direction in the red, just emphasizing the space, and like the calming effect of like green with all the acorn chests and stuff look really nice. It's just every piece of it is very, very fitting. Lots of creative ideas, lots of interesting little layouts. Each one of these displays also looks really nice. You've done a really good mix of the mounts with decor items as well. Like, very appealing. Very, very cool. And the potential, I think what's really cool about this base is there's so much room to keep adding. And I think that is what is really impressive. The thing that I want to see, probably give you a 9 on potential, and that's a lot of bases are going to get right around those like 8s and 9s. I want to see the second story here more than just about anything. Thoroughly enjoy what you've done with this design. Everything looks really nice. but I see so much unutilized space that could look just as interesting and just as cool. Just building out floors here. That would be an interesting utilization of all this extra space as well. You could really start diving into, like, is there stairs that come off these corners that are sort of repeated symmetrically all around this whole thing? You hit the max build limit. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense with that many pebble foundations. But I think with this next update, with the winter update, I believe we should be getting more build limit. So it's very likely that you'll be able to build in this in the next month or so and keep adding to it. But yeah, I would love to see what you come up with in the second story, this upper area, because it just feels like the perfect place to expand. Like, it really feels like an awesome spot, and I could see these, I don't know, stairs here, or like you could add stairs going kind of behind these things and start framing in these designs a little bit, hiding some of the tree that's showing here. That could be a really interesting way to do it. It's kind of hard to figure out a consistent way of doing it. But you could have them go up and around. You could have them be more of an exterior design piece. Like, there's a lot of potential for how you could do this. But I would love natural ramp behind the scorpion. Where? Oh, this. Natural. Also interesting. Interesting way of doing it as well. But yeah, this is such a cool spot, like with what you've done downstairs to now you could like continue building up. And you could do multiple floors in here. There's a lot of potential for what you got going on. Be very interested to see where you go from here. Like once we get more build limit, of course. Very interested to see what you come up with for all this extra space. I think it's really cool. But yeah, that is everything on this one, Off-Grid Nomad. Thank you for letting us take a look at this one. Really, really cool design. Freaking epic and massive. Absolutely loved running around this one. Very, very cool build. And thank you once again. Very cool, man. Very cool. You said be tough on you. Like, what is there to be tough on? That was one of my favorites. That was really cool. Woke up at silly o'clock, but at least I finally got to catch a live stream. Welcome in, Shibuya. Having a great night, man. Okay, we have the Butterfly Kingdom and then Ducky. Got lots of time. Some of the Butterfly Kingdom we may not be able to go to yet. So there is potential that this one might be a little short. Wi-Fi went out for like 1 minute. My PC said the time zone like 8 hours ahead. Weird. Oh, sorry. God, I spawned on the base. Where do we even want to go? Another big build. Holy cow. Where do I even? From the front. Which one's the front? I guess. Kind of hard to tell what the front is. Is it the stuff facing the Billy Hog stand? Or there's the Butterfly Bridge side, the bridge that goes to the Great Wall of Brook Hollow. Podium 545, not bad. It's 949 here. Kind of looks like a front entrance. Hard to tell though. Yes to what? The Great Wall of Brook Hollow. Yeah. Do we need to follow all of these bridges and stuff? Is that part of it, or is it just kind of massive bridges for massive bridges. Holy. It's your party. We're just living in it. Not the great one? Okay. Alrighty. Let's see. Let this turn on screen. Alright. Next up, we have Patman the G. Have, funnily enough, another base located here over by this pine tree on this part of the yard. Another massive build. You guys are surprising the crap out of me. They just keep getting bigger. Yeah, we got these massive bridges, and then the whole base itself, and bridges everywhere. I'm gonna run on top of it so it's easy to see, and it's fun because I can hopefully not die. All right. Already love the fact that you're building off-grid in this area. Very nice. Yeah, let's get into it. Very nice little entryway here.
We can bottle that up and make a killing.
Oh, surviving with no food. Very nice little entryway design and stuff. It's gonna go everywhere. That you have multiple entry and exit points and everything. Working on things. We don't need that guy. Let's put him down there and act like we never saw him. Really nice little, I love like the concept of the forgot. The hitbox on those is all messed up right now. Caterpillar, the Catter Dragon. Got them all trapped in here. Very nice. The Orby farm. Yeah, that works really well, trapping them in. Yeah, I like these, the theme and idea, like you have bridges everywhere. Very nice. And I love that you kind of like tied this in already as part of the design. Lots of little things. Turret towers and stuff on the sides work really well. I guess we're just gonna kind of run. Figure it out. Go on the outside first.
I'm too hot for this place.
A freeze. Good thing we can super bounce off. Holy cow, you guys have like gone absolutely insane with the bridges. I think I hit that already. So if you were wondering what I was doing earlier, Pat, this is what I was doing earlier when I joined your world. I couldn't help myself but just use this new speed glitch. Oh, just like that. I did that for 20 minutes or something ridiculous. It was way too fun. Absolutely had way too much fun with that. Oh, I didn't even that whole time. All right, well now we got to get back into it because I'm a goofball, but yeah, I was doing it on the butterfly bridge earlier. But yeah, I had way too much fun doing that. Absolute. Yeah, it literally goes through multiple biomes. It's so big. Love it. Alright, now I have no clue where we are, but I've the little designs for the bridges and everything. I love that you like have really committed to just the idea of bridges connecting this entire thing. So much going on. Again, another one, like the amount of pebble you get, you guys have collected is ridiculous. Well, so much going. You've got pets too? Yeah, I was you've wrapped a lot of fun things. All right, we're back at the front. Yeah, so let's run around here. See what's okay. We got the armory design here. room. Got the live pets. Yeah. I thoroughly enjoy. I always wanted to make a Jurassic Park. Actually, that was one of the things I was going to try to do in Grounded 1 when I was building out my base. The next step for the sandbox base was going to be this like massive bug arena that just had every bug in the game all collected and everything. Okay, so now we need to go up. I've always loved the idea of like capturing all the bugs. All your storage and everything in one spot. Oh, and back there was the dressing room. Right, that makes... Perfect. Works as a functional space. Nothing ridiculous. I love that it does go through like multiple biomes. And you craft all these bugs. Nice throne setup. This is very nice as well. Nice efficient work with all the sap collectors. So many layers. Bridges and platforms throughout the base make it feel like it would work really well with flying mounts if they give us butterflies. Yes. This would be the butterfly base. In the Butterfly Kingdom. Only too fitting, right? Each picture someone built? Saying like, what do you mean picture? Each one of these portions someone else built. Cozy kind of loft area. Love the like views out of it. Okay, so yeah, each one of these areas someone else built. Get so lost on this base, I'm already doing that. Food. Water. Health. Oh. Just launched. Jump bug is so ridiculous sometimes. Very fun, but also just instant death. This way. Food is up top. Oh. I don't need it. Just need to be. More than anything, I need to be exponentially careful when I'm... For little base designs. How many people are playing on this world then? Well, I'm guessing by picture you mean picture outside of it is the one person's build. 6? Yeah, that's crazy. Love it though. Bounce web tower. Ah, okay, yeah. So the pictures tell us who. It's a really good way to divide it up. I like that a lot. Give each person their credit. Credit is. I was like, I feel like I see something up top here, but I kind of get it. You did the main work? Very nice. Love this little like bungalow way up here. So there's nothing in it necessarily yet, but it's very, very fitting. A little design, little bungalow hanging off the edge. Massive tree. So they made you build all the ramps and everything up to the top of this? Yeah. Definitely tell there's 6 people building. You got houses all over the place. All you from the beginning? Wow. Lot of work. Loving how it's all coming together though. Obviously, lots of work's to still be done, of course, but on this size build, that tends to be how it goes. Never-ending amounts of work. You guys have given yourselves a lot to work through. It's always fun. So much space to just build throughout all of early access, which I always find to be really fun. Now I'm really starting to see why you said you were starting to have issues not being able to get to the entire base, because you guys have built so high. It's literally gonna go all the way to the top. There's a hidden one on the right side of the ramp at the top. Oh. Right. Hidden? How's it hidden? How do we get in it? This? Which floor? Is this? What am I missing? Bounce tower. Right, I'm gonna know. Guessing this is where you started not being able to get it. And ah, there you go. That makes like, I don't want anyone to find it. Okay, well, let's run around the outside. I'm assuming this is where you used to be able to walk through the tree. You no longer can. Good morning, Felix. Welcome in. Having a wonderful day. Yeah. But yeah, what used to happen here is you used to be able to get into their storage area, and you no longer can because clipping. Something about the tree changed with the most recent update, unfortunately. Very sad. That'd be pretty epic. I can already tell what's happening in there, and I'm like, I know exactly what's going on. You use the ant heads as the railings. Such a bummer you can't get into there anymore. Hopefully they, the devs mess with some stuff. I know I've seen quite a few people complaining, being pretty sad overall, that you're unable to get all the way to the top now. Which is funny because I feel like the hitbox has changed. And some people are saying it's actually higher than it used to be. Which is very interesting. It's like people are having sort of mixed results currently. Love these little staircase designs. Crazy. The way to get out of the map, and I think it would work to get into the tree. That could work. Get all your stuff back at least. Find and see what parts of these you can actually get. Hitbox is super random. Ducky is up next. You can hear all your pumpkins. Force my way up here. Yeah. Unfortunate, you can't get all the way to the top anymore. Such a bummer. Our sympathies go out to you, man. Always horrible. But everyone can listen to the lovely sounds of the pumpkins. This hitbox is super random. Yeah, it does sound like the Joker's base. Let's see. Hit all your pumpkins upstairs. Cool little stuff. Back in the day, you used to be able to like actually clip through with the free cam. You didn't have to abide by the laws of the game, but looks like you cannot. But very cool either way. Unfortunate that we don't get to see your cool storage space, because I'm assuming that was pretty cool. But I'm really enjoying this whole thing. Thing is freaking massive. Oh geez. Well, I wanted to go show off the butterfly tower anyway. Oh, momentum.
Take your best shot, Bugs.
Oh, good. We wanted to show off the butterfly bridge anyway. You're at the back, and there's a chair. What do you mean? Sorry. The butterfly bridge. Another really cool design piece of this. The new way in for now at the top. Ah, okay. Jumping around, doofus. Well, I do really enjoy the butterfly bridge. Did need to show this. Back to the top in a minute. Really like the way you detailed this out. This looks super nice. And is exponentially more fun. I could get it. I've yet to get it to where I don't mess it up on like the third or fourth one. But it's like the perfect bridge for this update, because it works so well. Very nice. Loving the details. Very cool. Helps with getting wood? Yeah, don't doubt it. Very cool design. I like the butterfly wing designs. It's very thematically cool. I love the way you're messing with the roofs here and stuff. These are really fun little designs. Yeah, that's the watchtower in the middle. Very cool.
Hell, don't you go running off on me again.
Very nice, man. Alright, let's see if we can get up to that chair real quick. Photo mode look at the side of the butterfly bridge. Yeah. Oh, oh. One up or down? Like. See if we can get up to that chair that they were. Where was that one? Back. The build limit changed now too, because I see an option for that in the option. I don't know if it's necessarily changed. I know they're working on it, but I don't think the limit itself changed it. Where is this chair? First. Gotta stop jumping. Oh, the stool. Down one more. Might have missed if you did it earlier. Had to take the... No, I did not. We just checked out the bridge. I just jumped around like a... Can you actually get in from it, or is it just how you see in it? I have no clue how to do stairs for like. What's up, Knowledge? How's it going? It's there. We're so close. What is the reef? Little late, all good, no. Walk around at the here. Sorry if this looks horrible. How do you actually get in it, though? What is a reef? I'm really confused. Wreath? Wreath. Aha. Me in the chair. Please. Looks so cool. I want to see it. Don't let me on. In chair, you know you want to. Let me see it. Sag face. Bye. Ouch. Bye. Not let me see it. Don't know. Spamming everything I can, but weird. Won't even let me like move it or anything. I can't move the chair at all. It won't even let me like show it as an item once I'm like clipped in. Wide action interaction should be on. If this actually has an effect. Actually look. Yeah, wide interaction is a thing. I don't know, man. Not working for me, sadly. Get a little bit of it. Well, I can already tell the inside looks really good. Fortunate we can't get in. Alrighty. Well, let's get into the scores so we don't spend too much more time since I can't figure out how to get that to work properly. First impressions. I think it's like a really good start. I think it's pretty interesting. You have 6 people building on this thing. Freaking insane. Landed right on the bug. Very impressive, like size, the amount of people you have building this thing. Very, very cool. Give you an 8 on first impressions. Oh no. Yep, no. I think you guys have a really cool, interesting concept going in here. It's freaking massive. The like commitment to build all these bridges and everything is absolutely ridiculous. Totally ridiculous. Very cool though. I love the just the commitment to bridges. The layout in interior, very little happening on the interior. Of course, the one interior spot we can't really look at. Definitely one of the things I would say try focusing on between all of the people building on this is really get into the insides of these the living spaces and stuff. That's sort of the one thing that feels like is currently lacking in everyone's interior spaces. They're all good starts. They all have some interesting ideas and stuff, but more. You guys have so much space and so many cool things going on. I would love to see just more details in all of these areas, in everyone's like personal bases. The layout and stuff I think is super fun. Oh, of course I missed that. It's chaos and ridiculous and very much feels like there's like 6 people building here, so everyone's kind of like decided where they're gonna build, where they want to do things. Like I enjoy seeing a base with a lot of different people's designs and perspectives and stuff. So I think that's a cool aspect of the overall design. But it does feel like everyone could start really pushing on the interior design. I think there's little moments and stuff to join the game, but I think he's in single. Yes, I am in single player. I have to relog. The moments where you started thinking about these things, like the armory or the dressing room, like it's starting to hit that level of detail that I'm typically looking for higher scores, but I'd probably give like a 6 on that portion. Now, of course, the coolest area, the chest area, is where we can't see. But I can't really like grade you guys on that one just because I can't figure it out myself, which is more my problem than you guys. But in the rest of these areas, like, how do you start filling up these spaces? You have a lot of interesting ways to get around this base, and the bridges are really cool. I think the designs of the bridges are also pretty interesting overall. But now it's like, start thinking of what these different spaces are. And these are improvements that your friends can make that are all building on here as well. Like, start giving a rhyme and a reason to what these bridges can be, and start making them a little bit more than what they currently are. I think like the butterfly bridge is a great example of the detail and design that I'm looking for. This entry area I think is very much in that same realm. Very cool. Love that you kind of stuck with the bridges as well. I think that's a really interesting part of it. But filling in those spaces that feel a little bit empty at the moment, which of course in a build this freaking massive and this freaking huge, it's incredibly difficult to add this much detail in. Like, you guys have so much more time to build to get to those levels. Like, a lot of projects like this really come down to just finishing the framework. Getting the ability to even get up to this level is hard enough as it is. And then from there, you can start. These elements feel really interesting. The ramps, the bridges to get up to these areas, I think are all very cohesive and interesting. The silly use of the ant heads and stuff is really fun. I like that instead of just cluttering the inside here with more stairs and stuff, you left it very open and did all of this on the outside, which I think is very fitting in terms of the layout and how I would treat a treehouse base like this. So I think that's pretty interesting. But just getting every piece of it to that level, I think, is now where you kind of have to put that time and effort, of course, which is always the next daunting task of these massive builds, is like, okay, how do we fill all this space that we've figured out? So start thinking of, like, are they kitchen spaces? Are they storage spaces? Are they arena type combat areas. There's so many different things. You can get so much inspiration from all the build stuff that we've looked through to kind of get ideas for that stuff. The materials and exterior, I think the moments where you've really put that time and effort into, I think are really interesting. Now it's just getting to that level everywhere else, as I've kind of already said. So we can see. A little bit harder, because I think what you've done is there's less kind of exterior space. Everything is just kind of open and free. So you don't have a whole lot of like walls and different spaces necessarily, which I think is kind of interesting for a treehouse build. But I think there are elements where like starting to connect to these things could potentially start helping in terms of like structurally. I do enjoy that you've kind of embraced the just ridiculousness of you have a base up this high anyways. So like why get into the nitty gritty of the structure if you don't necessarily need to? I enjoy that these are kind of like free floating crazy. I like that you've taken these elements very similarly to the butterfly bridge. In many ways, I enjoy that these elements come to these portions, but I'd probably give like a 7 on the exterior. Of course, it's now putting, still in progress in many ways, which is fine. That's one of the reasons I like doing bases that aren't necessarily finished, is I can actually have something to comment on that I can kind of potentially help. But yeah, in terms of like, I'll focus on the main base portion. These elements feel really good. I think it's interesting with the different roof structures and stuff, but I think some type of structural element to sort of bring these together and just create a slightly more interesting exterior design where like this amount of detail, or as I said, with the butterfly bridge, like this level of detail, taking these cool elements that you've used all over this place. Like I want to see the butterfly kingdom exponentially more of this kind of stuff. Nothing wrong with the roof elements to create some level of covering and stuff, but more of these little moments with the chandeliers, how these roof structures. I think this is a really interesting concept, and I think you could really like double down and take this idea to the next level. Very similar to the bridge, of course. The structure side of it, a little harder to grade, as we've kind of heard multiple times tonight. The bridges are really interesting. Really like those. Really like these elements. Of course, the bridge walls that go around the whole thing are very interesting. I don't necessarily have a problem that this stuff is all just kind of connected to the tree itself. I don't necessarily think that is a bad thing. And the lack of structure for this airy kind of butterfly feel, I think is something you want to keep in many ways. As I said, maybe some slight structural elements in this space just to kind of enclose this just a little bit more. I think visually would kind of help pull it all together, but continuing to like these edge elements and then a central piece and then another one, I think look really good. But yeah, just a little more structure on some of these portions could help, but I also think keeping it very airy and treehouse-like, or like a butterfly, is very light. It's not going to have like pebble foundations would feel ridiculous here. Not a bad thing by any means. So I enjoy that there's almost a lack of structure in many ways, but I think there could be ways to potentially tie some of these elements in, building some pieces that maybe connect the corners just a little bit, or just an element here and there could help kind of visually create a little bit more structure in a sense, without like overdoing it, which I think would be the opposite of what you wanted. Kind of have to just make ramps like this work. Everything works. Hard to grade everyone on their half-finished bases and stuff, but I think you guys are all on the right track for a lot of this stuff. But potentially thinking, I know everyone probably has a different design element, and that's the struggle here is you have design concepts, the butterfly concept for you, and then everyone else is kind of like haphazardly has their own design elements. So it's like you can't really detract or take away from points from you guys having 6 people building in this. So a lot of interesting things going on here, of course. Also, you chat a little bit. Yeah, like the lighting elements. I think you could tie in more lighting elements as well here too. I think it'd be really interesting. Really like the idea of like this lit up sort of butterfly kind of design. So at night, these maybe these pieces that I sort of read as like the wings and the butterfly concept are maybe lit up a little bit more. Could be really interesting. Ramp around is how I got everything up. Yeah. And part of like building this high is you have to have something for efficiency's sake. You have to make a bounce elevator eventually for all of it, but you kind of have to just make that stuff work. But I think you're heading in the right direction. I don't know if I set a structure score necessarily, but I kind of the lack of structure, it works here. I like it, as I was saying. Probably a 7 or 8, maybe in between 7.5 on the structural side of it. I think there's elements where you could add more structure, and I think there's elements that I really like that just don't have any structure at all. Doubling down on the whole butterfly kingdom concept and everything. I could also see this being very much like a, I guess they don't really have buildings necessarily, but I almost visually am reading this for Avatar, not Avatar The Last Airbender fans, but Avatar, the James Cameron movies, where they have the massive tree that they're all living in the first one, and they have like all of these flying mounts that all kind of just take off and fly from any direction, and I could very much see like just butterflies. Like if we got that mount, we would it would feel perfect. Like you could just have all your butterfly mounts all over this thing, and they could just start like taking off from every direction. I think that would be a really interesting concept. I don't know why Avatar was the thing I thought of, but just an interesting concept here, being super tall, high up in a tree. Could be really interesting. The functionality side of it, difficult to say since I, of course, can't see the functional part of it. It looks like this was really, really well done. Everything we could see from the inside of here, that was your space before the update messed it up. Yeah, the air temple. Good work for that. It looked really good. It looked really clean. It looked well laid out. I know we couldn't see all the good stuff of it, and I know that's like a huge portion of the base. It's just really unfortunate in that sense to not see it. But I could tell that I really like the idea of the tree being the central core of this thing. So functionally, kind of taking from what I could see, of course, I'd probably give you like a 7 or 8 on it. It could be higher, of course, if I could see the whole thing. But just since we can't get it to work, probably a 7 or 8. But I do really like the concept of like this tree house being built around the tree stump, and then the stump itself being where everything's held and focused. So I think that absolutely makes sense, and I think you've done a really good job with that concept, especially because it allows the outsides of this to still feel so airy and like butterfly light. They're not over encumbered by just tons of stuff and props. But I think that works really well, even though we can't fully see it. But yeah, make it multiplayer and I can get us in. I mean, it's all good. I definitely got the effect of it. I think it looks really nice from what I saw. And then the theme and continuity of it. I think the places where it's not just everyone building, I think makes a lot of sense. The butterfly concept, like, I love what you've done here. These design elements look really nice. They're very butterfly-like, which is interesting on a bridge concept because it's sort of a floating bridge, so it almost feels like the butterfly effect is like kind of holding it up and everything. So I really like those elements. And of course, I'm not going to grade you on 5 other buddies building randomness all over the place. But I really like the theme and the continuity between the bridge and the overall kingdom itself. I think those are very, very fitting. Very little I would change on that concept. I want to see more of those butterfly elements. I think this is where, like, screw all the other bugs. I want to see butterflies all over this thing. I want this to be like the migrating zone where like butterflies one time a year all fly to, I don't know, Brazil or whatever. Like, I want to see butterflies all over this thing. Screw the pumpkins, other bugs, like butterfly the heck out of this place and like really commit to that theme of Butterfly Kingdom, Butterfly Bridge, and just go crazy with that concept, because I think there's a lot of potential of things I haven't necessarily seen done. I know these are smaller elements, but I've not seen anyone really messing with these pieces like this, and I think they look really interesting. They give a very interesting butterfly type look I think that's a really interesting theme that you could kind of just fully dive into, and you can have a lot of fun with. Very interesting kind of concept overall. And then the overall creativity, again, you guys are doing great. I think the elements that you've worked on are really creative. Again, I'm just coming back to your thing specifically, so we stay on things that can help you build. A lot of interesting concepts, the lights, the idea of like using the central piece for all your stuff with all these interesting kind of exterior bits added on is just cool base locations and stuff. The way you get up the base and having 6 different people building houses and stuff, I think is also kind of a fun experiment to mess with in the game that you don't really get to see a whole lot of. So I think that's kind of fun, seeing everyone else's takes, and love to see when everyone's got their bases all finished and everything, or at least closer to done. I think that'd be really fun to kind of take a peek and just see what everyone came up with and how all your styles differ. So I'd probably give an 8 on the creativity side. I think there's elements that are really creative. Especially the walkways, the bridges, like all those elements are really fun, really cool to look at. The entrance is really cool. I just want to see like more. It's always what I'm asking for is more, because I start seeing the picture and the image of what you guys are working on, and I'm just like, ooh, that's the element, more of it. Like just double, triple down. If you make something cool, things that just work, they look really visually interesting, like just go for it. More fun, and really coming up with like what is in this exterior space. What is that utilized for? I'm sure you have more plans than I necessarily know of, but I think you're absolutely headed in the right direction with that stuff. And the potential is probably a 10 on this one. There's so much space. There's so much to work with here. You've got like multiple grids going on. Like there's just so much happening that I think is really, really cool, and it gives you a lot of potential for the long run. And there's just, you could start seeing like everyone's got 2 or 3 bases on this thing. It could be really, really interesting to start seeing how this thing, like you could start making paths that sort of overlap and come around the other way, and like intersecting paths between everyone's bases. You got to go up to go down to someone's base. Like there's just so much opportunity building with this many people and all the different things. So I think it's a really interesting base, really a lot of interesting things happening though. Be really cool as people continue to finish everything. It's all the little things happening, the different lighting as you get lighting figured out. There's just lots of interesting concepts going on. I'm a big fan of. But yeah, I know a little unfortunate. Maybe we can do something a little bit later, but we got to get to the last base of the night. Potentially, you could if you're able to do recordings or anything, you could show off the center area so I could show it off in the base tour. Or potentially I could do a multiplayer thing at some point, or figure it out myself, show it off in the video when we get to that point. But very well done. Thank you, Pat, man. Appreciate you letting us take a look at this one. So much effort and work put into this thing, so very, very well done. A lot of cool concepts that I think people are going to want to steal and mess with as they continue building. And I like purple as well. Very much like purple. You should post some pictures or maybe a video in the Discord too. Yeah, that would be really cool to see. I think everyone else would love to see it. It's a great base. A lot of potential. I know it's so much time and effort spent putting this whole thing together. So it's hard to get to all the details when you spend so much time doing the functional part of the whole thing. But last but not least, Ducky. Working on it now? Perfect. Thank you. Sorry we couldn't quite get that to work. Dang. Yes, I know. Ducky's treehouse base that keeps getting tours. I know. That. How did you do that? It's not a treehouse though. Is it the podium? I have some chests and flags that you need to read in my base. Cool, will do. Assuming we go in. Yes, so next up, confirm with me, Ducky, it is this podium base, and it's not the treehouse. Yes, okay. All right, so next up we have Ducky built a podium base for us to look at. So we will see. Another creative build by Ducky. Like and sub to Timber. Thank you. Got my back. I suck at calling myself out for that stuff, so thank you. Bottle. Let me know if I miss anything, Ducky. There's so much happening. Holy cow. Did you make this spiral on purpose? Because you know I hate spiral staircases because they make me dizzy. Sure. Sure. Is that a bounce web elevator out there or something? Doesn't look. We believe. Caution. Scaffolding ahead. Yeah, that's scaffolding. Holy cow, I cannot fly. Speed. I got too excited. I can't help myself. I saw this. I don't know why this is here, and I had to do it. I couldn't help myself. Made it way too intriguing. The fact that I jumped over this with the momentum glitch. Oh, clutch. Built different. Wow, you built these off? Are you serious right now? Can't actually tell you guys how difficult it is to build this high up off-grid. This is one of the most difficult things to do when building off-grid. It's incredibly difficult. Yeah, no, I'm 100% horrified. I gotta stop jumping like that because I know I'm not gonna make it over that jump the next time I try it. I'm gonna get cocky. Regret it. Get the bridge and the handy net thing. So high. That's what we were seeing. No distance with it. Sucks. Missed my freedom in Grounded 1. Yeah, caution scaffolding. There's just a little bit of it. Just a tad. Merry Christmas, by the way. Have we gotten slower at climbing ladders? Okay. The SS Scorpion, welcome aboard. I'm guessing this is some type of airship. Okay. Fully committing to the airship. Could have jumped off of that with this glitch. Died. Your airships just keep getting bigger and bigger, dude. We'll definitely do it. Fly around with the handy net. I want to check out the prone chair. See the SS Scorpion. Makes sense. in the bowels of the base. The airship. Very cool. Uh-oh. Like trapped forever. Secretly Ducky trolls me and traps me the rest of my life. Get on the sides? I don't know how I got stuck. The ladder just kind of hit me. Oh, we are stuck. We are stuck for the moment. All right, we're good. We're free. Gosh, the crow does not land for very long. I forgot that it even lands there. So is the idea you built it on scaffolding to make it look like the ship is still in the process of being built, I'm guessing? Is that what's happening? Oh yeah, the propellers. Okay, I was thinking you could potentially get in that, but that makes a lot of sense, seeing it from this side. Interesting. Very cool, man. Built the ship first? Okay. Sort of like a flying ship port. Are we also checking out the base over there that I ran to be impatient? Okay, we can go there in a sec. I don't see anything. Very cool, man. This is probably my favorite airship from you. I know it's hard to tell everything, but I like the turbine kind of propeller design as well. It's a fun little addition. A little bit more like aerodynamic how you built it. This is the one you sent with the crow inside of it, so it kind of looked like a bird ship already, and then I like that you committed to the bird ship design overall. Very fun. And a pick without the scaffolding, yes, please. Scaffolding's an interesting concept, though. No, it makes it a little hard to see, of course, but at the same time, it's kind of a fun little way of creating that effect out. Casually walk through these spider's fangs. All right, here's where we throw it all down the drain and we screw it up. Was the crow landing there done on purpose? Oh. If you haven't joined the Discord, make sure to join the Discord, my friends. Go off your cool base designs, and we made it. Okay, that was so close. I should have died. Timber, you have to jump. I did it on accident. Let's go. Yeah, I do like the axle door. Look down. I did. Did I not? Is there more? Jeez. What happened? I can't tell what's happening from down here. From up here. Go down. How do we get back up then? Is there a way to get up to this thing? Or do I have to go all the way back over there? I can get back up? Okay. Guess we're in creative, so it doesn't. Ah, my leg. How do you reset it? How you swap it? G. What am I setting it to? Pieces down there really make it feel like the bridge collapsed. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, but don't you need a specific amount of time? Just any time? Ah, my leg. Was this like a stretcher? They're taking the guy off on the stretcher? Yeah, more debris, I think I agree. Think of like literally count the pieces that were destroyed here and just add it. Perfect. All right, where's my ladder? Didn't work, yeah. All good, all good. The dummy poses are unfortunate. Game said no more parts down there. Oh. That's how they get you, man. It's how they get you. What's the concept of this base? SpongeBob reference? Never. Ah, my leg. Love that guy. Did you have to pick the slowest possible way to get up this thing? The ladders are horrible. I'm so impatient. I want to like try to jump. No, I'm not gonna do it because we'll end up right at the bottom. It's not worth it. I know you can do it, but it's not worth it. We'll be down at the bottom. I'll screw it up 3 times and we could have been to the top already. It's easy until I make a fool of myself in front of stream. Oh, you can sprint. Know that. No, I probably wouldn't rather have a spiral. I guess I despise using ladders because they're so slow. I didn't even know that you could sprint up them. That's great. Gotta love it. Nice job on the off-grid stuff here too. Delete big airship, delete it and make, should I keep this or delete it and make a bigger airship? I guess, what is this? What's the concept here? What are we looking at? I like this little central design. You don't know you were bored? That's when the best things are made. Honestly. I don't know what it is, but it's fun. A cool little tower design at the end of the day. Nothing wrong with just experimenting, honestly. That's a lot of fun. Very cool little design overall, though. Very interesting. You like broke this up with the canopies. Reminds me of all the detail work that I did in my massive castle that literally no one will ever see unless I like purposefully show it. Don't know how this is here? This is grounded for you. You never know when something's just gonna magically float for no reason. I mean, I don't think you necessarily should get rid of this, but I think it'd be cool to make it like an actual tower the whole way down. That'd be kind of interesting. Kind of have to find a purpose for it, though. Look at the bridge. What part of it? What's the bri? Very interesting, though. Now, do you want a full grade on this ducky or not? Make a good zipline tower? It would make a very interesting zipline tower. That could be kind of cool. Pretty good location. Holy crap, though. Think about all this freaking... How much... web. Like, so much web that you'd have to use. To get to like that tree, to go from your tree house to here, holy cow, it's like 3,000. You have to use so much. You want 10 out of 10s? I mean, is it really a score if I just give you 10 out of 10s? You can have 10 out of 10s if you'd want them. Will everyone take that seriously, though? I don't know. Let's see. These are the airship without the scaffold and everything. The bird like clips through this thing. That's before I added the up. show off all of my details. Well, Ducky, you can have 10s. Happy to give them. Hard to grade these as well, like the first impressions, all of that stuff. I think a lot of what you're doing here, I think if I'm going to give you any grade, I think what's impressing me most is how you have embraced building, because your first base was just a grass starter base. And although it had some interesting little elements and you had some cool designs, like there was potential there, it still required a lot of work. And ever since then, you've like totally embraced the whole building community concept, and like your creativity has gone through the roof. The concepts, the ideas that you're messing with, the storytelling side of things, like with the bridge missing or breaking, like so much of this is like, what's impressive is to see how much you're improving at building every time we look at this stuff. Like all the interesting ideas you're coming up with, all the cool little designs, just building things to build things, I think it's how you get better at the end of the day. So I think those are some really cool, very cool to see. And yes, this is the bird, except you built the bird backwards. The front of the bird should be the front of this bird, so that when the bird comes, this looks like the back of the bird, like the tail feathers, and so you have to flip the whole thing around now. What I want to see is you take a screenshot and then build the ship only for when the bird lands. That's what I want to see here. Didn't know the bird landed there? Yeah, so now you have to completely redo it, and I want to see the front of that bird create. Like, it's like the perfect like Viking flying ship. How cool would that be? You was thinking about that? I think it would be so funny. I'm not saying you have to do it by any means, but honestly, I think that would be so freaking funny to like rebuild this airship and make it. I don't know how you do this specifically. Like, it's such a hard concept because the bird's rarely ever there. But if you can make that work, I will move you in front of people to show off that concept of an airship just for fun. It's built so that as he flies, but he gives everyone behind him the bird. Does. He's literally giving them the bird. But yeah, I'd love to see that concept of like somehow this is like the front of an airship. It almost gives off like a Viking vibe of a ship. Like if you could make this work as the whole bird, it'd be really interesting. I don't know. I'm just spitballing stupid random ideas for you, but could be really, really interesting. Be a lot of fun. It's been real. I will say it's been really fun watching you improve and like build more ridiculous, crazy things just for the sake of building fun stuff. So give till next week. Well, I think next week the plan is we'll probably do Grounded 1 at the moment, since we did just finish every single base on the base tour. Showing off my we've shown off every single base for Grounded 2 that we have. That was just me. So I believe next Tuesday we are going to do, next Tuesday, since Grounded 2 bases are done with, we still have to show off E30 BMW, He-Dog, Grim, and Shibuya. And I'm trying to reach out to Harley Davidson as well. They have a really cool build that we have not seen. That's based off of, what is it? Dracula? Butchering that. I don't want to say that wrong. Castlevania. Yeah. So it's the TV series Castlevania. Really cool. So I'm hoping that we can show that build off as well. So I think Grounded 1 is where we're going to be heading for base tours next Tuesday. You think rotating Grounded 1, Grounded 2, and Enshrouded base tours every Tuesday would be pretty cool? Yeah, I would love it. We still have to figure out how the heck we're going to do Enshrouded base tours, and we got to build the community of Enshrouded builders as well to do that. But I would absolutely love to switch between Grounded 2, Grounded 1 stuff if people have it, and Enshrouded, or even other games. I mean, it could be really interesting. Go see the HD build? Yeah. There's some really cool ones. I need to get with everyone so we can, I need to get a couple saves and stuff, but really excited to show off some more Grounded 1 stuff. That stream was super fun. It's really cool just showing off the most ridiculous things people have ever built in Grounded. The stuff we haven't gotten to see before that people were working on when everyone kind of stopped playing Grounded 1 and didn't have Grounded 2. Of course, with the winter update, we have, I can only imagine, we're really going to get back into Grounded, of course, when the winter update comes. I'm taking off 2 weeks before the end of the year, so I'll give you guys time to work on Grounded 2 stuff, and then we'll really dive back into base builds, base reviews, specifically once the next update is out. I want to give people some time. I don't necessarily want to force Tour Tuesday unless we have good stuff to show or people that are interested in showing it off. Happy to keep showing things off, but if we got to take a day where we don't do a Tour Tuesday while we wait for this winter update to come out and give people some time to build with the new stuff, I think it'd be worth waiting a little bit. So we're definitely taking off 2 weeks at the end of the year, and then we will be potentially taking a week or two off of tours unless we get more new stuff that people want to show off. But kind of we got it now 4 weeks or so before we even have to start worrying about that. So I might potentially have more people reaching out to get on the list, and then from there we can kind of mess with that, and I'll keep everyone updated on those things. Shrouded is going to take so long to get people building in it because it's harder to build in it. 100%. It definitely is. Taking off. Take it easy. Got to get some sleep for work. Sounds good. Appreciate you, Randy. Thanks for hanging out tonight. Have a awesome rest of evening. Good day tomorrow as well. For those who don't hang out in the stream all that often, we will be streaming Enshrouded tomorrow and Thursday at this point. So if you have not seen Enshrouded, it is such an awesome game. So much fun to build in. We have some like absolutely ridiculous builds going on. I'm having so much fun with these builds right now. It's kind of taken me out of the Grounded world for a little bit. As much as I love Grounded, and Shrouded's probably like right up there with building in compared to Grounded for me. So I absolutely love it. Have a lot of fun. We're gonna build some really cool stuff. If you haven't checked the game out, if you don't have it yet, it's another early access game. Really cool build mechanics, really fun stuff. It's sort of, I tend to call it the adult version of Minecraft. It's very similar in terms of building with blocks, but it's a voxel-based game, and the prop rotation is ridiculous. The terrain mechanics are freaking awesome. There's so much cool building stuff going on with it. So I'm very excited to show more of that game off. We'll be doing more content on that as well, trying to switch it up. Currently, Enshrouded is PC only at the moment. It will be coming to console at some point, but not until it's out of early access, which I don't think is too far off. Enshrouded is too cool. We need to get builders from that game to show off their stuff for sure. Yeah, we definitely need more builders on there. Yeah, on Xbox, I got 6 more months on that one. All good, all good. Fun to show it off, and once it goes to 1.0, it's one of those games that if you enjoy building, if you enjoy RPG, survival crafting type games, it is one of the best survival crafting games I've ever played. Visually, I would compare it to like Skyrim meets Minecraft. RPG elements, lore, quest sort of progression, collecting, those type of things, similar quests, but a lot of really interesting. Yes, Ducky. What part of it? You gotta tell me what part of it. Really interesting build mechanics, so much potential with it, really interesting style. A lot going on. What part did you mess it up with? What, just the part that goes down? It was a misleading way of doing it, because I would have not been able to make it across if I didn't have the jump glitch. But as that is the end of our tours for the day, no worries, man. Fixed a little. Yeah, all good. You can get rid of that. But yes, as that is the end of our tours for the day, we've gotten through everything. I want to appreciate everyone who let us take a look at their bases today. These were freaking awesome. Just every single week, you guys, it keeps getting better. Like, I don't know how it's possible with how little we've had in terms of updates since I started doing this whole thing. I'm absolutely blown away at how cool these bases are getting. Everyone's building such cool stuff, and I am like, I'm excited for a little bit of a break on streaming and stuff to kind of collect myself for the new year, but I fully expect that with a new update and Grounded 2 coming out, hopefully January, if not February, we will be playing a lot of Grounded, and we'll still be throwing in some Enshrouded here and there, of course. I don't want to abandon that game necessarily, but we are going to be hitting the ground hard with the Grounded building when we have mushroom bricks and all that stuff. So I'm very excited about that. Should be a lot of fun. If you enjoy building, making things, creating things, drawing, any type of design or creative endeavors, make sure you join the Discord. There are so many people building cool things in Grounded, in Minecraft, and Shrouded. They're doing cool drawings. There's a place where you can post your base, the build inspiration, so you can update everyone with images and photos and stuff. It's a really cool place. I'm having a lot of fun with it. Amazed at how much this Discord's grown in such a short amount of time. We have like almost 500-600 people in there. So a lot of cool stuff, a lot of people showing stuff off, and I can only imagine it's going to ramp up in terms of people chatting and showing off cool stuff when the winter update for Grounded comes out. So make sure to join that. Great stream as usual. Have a great night, man. I'm going to take a break from Grounded 2 and wait till the winter update too. Yeah, that's sort of the plan. So we'll stick with Tour Tuesdays, potentially with Grounded related things. If we can do an Enshrouded one, we'll do that as well. If not, we might just take a break from them and build in Enshrouded as well. I'm looking at it, Ducky. I see it. Yeah, so we'll just keep building. We'll start gonna build cool things. We're gonna have our little Christmas break, of course, and then we'll be right back at it and hitting the ground running. I'm hoping to do more videos, get more stuff out there, do as much as we can, and really dive in deep, having some fun building stuff. Once again, appreciate everyone hanging out. We will catch you tomorrow. Stream 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. If you're interested in checking out some Enshrouded mega building, we'll be doing that Wednesday and Thursday of this week. Showing that stuff off. And make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. If you haven't on YouTube, please follow me on Twitch. It helps so much. I can't even express how much it helps. If you want more content as well on my YouTube, there's a ton of Grounded 1 content. We're working on Grounded 2 content as we get updates and stuff. Base tours, build stuff, more base review videos. If you enjoyed these, there's also more videos on my channel as well of these base reviews. Still catching up on everything, but either way, I know, Ducky, we kind of ran out of time a little bit, but I'll give you some pointers, don't worry. But with that, I'm going to call it here. I need to get to bed. It's already 11 o'clock. That time flew by. But appreciate everyone hanging out for the night. I will catch you tomorrow at 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. We will hope everyone has a great rest of their evening. Good day tomorrow. Catch you on the next one. Peace.